has received. Many of those are, in fact, related to the ARB.
Mr. Rubin, I really do. I really do. I appreciate the word many. I appreciate the 40,000. I keep coming back to one word that's in the House resolution, and that word is all. So, sir, do we have all of the documents?
What we have communicated to you and to your staff, and what we've been grateful for, is the committee's explanation of its top priorities. And we would be very honored to continue to have those discussions. If the ARB, as you noted here, becomes the top priority, that is certainly.
Mr. Rubin, we shouldn't have to pick among priorities. You have 70,000 employees. I mean, what we're not going to do is identify one tranche of emails and then 2 months later go propose or do a witness interview with that witness, and then 2 months later get another tranche of emails. When our colleagues on the other side, who by the way had no interest in forming this committee whatsoever, but are now ironically complaining about the pace of a committee that they had no interest in forming whatsoever, it's time for us to pick up the pace.
So,
and I'm looking to you to help me do that.
And that's why we're here, and that's why we continually engage proactively with the committee, and we're happy to continue to do so.
Okay.
And I would mention the 70,000 employees are engaged in their jobs.
I appreciate that. I don't want any ambassadors, security guards. I don't want any taken off of an important job. But compliance with congressional inquiries is important. And if you have time for condom demonstrations or culinary diplomacy, I think you have time to comply with a legitimate request for documents from Congress. And I'm sure you agree. With that, I would recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Tonight, Hillary Clinton under mounting pressure tonight from the left and the right to shut the doors of her Clinton Foundation once and for all. And tonight, the Clintons are fighting back, big time. Welcome to the Kelly File, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly. 24 hours ago, we brought you a stunning report from the Associated Press suggesting Hillary Clinton held many meetings with Clinton Foundation donors while she was supposed to be doing the American people's business. The AP found that of the 154 people from private interests who met or had phone conversations with then Secretary of State Clinton, more than half, or 85 of them, gave money to her foundation, the Clinton Foundation, for a combined total of $156 million. The Clinton campaign could be hitting back, saying this report is flawed. And earlier today at a campaign stop, former President Bill Clinton chimed in. Watch.
We're trying to do things. There's something wrong with creating jobs and saving lives. I don't know what it is. The people who gave the money knew exactly what they were doing. And nothing to say about it except for
We begin tonight with our chief intelligence correspondent, Catherine Herridge, reporting from Washington. Catherine?
Beginning tonight, the Associated Press is standing its ground after Hillary Clinton's team tried and failed to get a correction. Clinton campaign complained on the morning shows this AP tweet was unclear, not accurate, and based on limited information.
By our count, there were over 1,700 other meetings that she had. She was Secretary of State. She was meeting with foreign officials and government officials constantly. So to pull all of them out of the equation, cherry pick a very small number of meetings is pretty outrageous.
And the White House defended Clinton, telling reporters that even before she became Secretary of State, there was a transparency agreement.
To ensure that the ethics requirements that are in place went above and beyond those guidelines that are set by law.
But the Associated Press says their reporting is based on documents released by a federal court after they had to sue the State Department, and it took 3 years for the AP to get the Clinton schedules that showed the foundation donors. And it made sense to analyze meetings outside her regular government duties as secretary. Quote, this reporting was done by the same AP investigative team that discovered Mrs. Clinton's private email server and whose reporting last week resulted in the resignation of Donald Trump's top campaign strategist. Megan?
Catherine Herridge, thank you. In just a few moments, we're going to speak with Congressman Trey Gowdy, who just got back from Capitol Hill, where he personally reviewed some of the FBI's documents from its investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server. He'll tell us what he found. But first, we are joined by Roland Martin, host and managing editor of TV One's News One Now. Roland, great to have you on the program. Thank you for being here.
Great to be here.
So what do you make of this, of the Clinton Foundation? As we're just looking through the publications today, USA Today, Boston Globe, New York Post, Detroit News, Daily Beast, all saying this thing ought to be shut down at a minimum if she wins.
Well, first and foremost, if she wins the presidency, you will have her as president. You will have former President Bill Clinton serving as first husband, if you will. I do believe what they should do is transition out of business because even though they've done phenomenal work, you're now the commander-in-chief. You're now leader of the free world. And so, look, I sit on a group of 50 CAN education group, Students First. We merge transferred assets. And so you can do that. You can partner with an existing NGO to do the work.
But do you think it's shaking now? What do you think of the existence of it now? Laura Ingraham was on Fox earlier calling the Clinton Foundation a machine for influence peddling. She's suggesting that they use it. They use it to sort of, to get donations. They use her power as Secretary of State to sort of convince people to donate to their foundation.
Well, first of all, I would disagree with that because let's keep in mind, she's a former first lady. She's a former United States senator. I think she probably has a hell of a lot more relationships, even if she wasn't Secretary of State. And the reality is the work that they're doing as an NGO across the world is critically important. You have President Jimmy Carter, who probably comes close to his own organization that does work around the world. It's very rare to, frankly, have a former president that has this type of entity. So I would say Laura is absolutely wrong. She certainly has an axe to grind here. I don't. The bottom line is here, they do good work. But I do believe what the Clinton folks have to understand is it's not simply just a question of what took place in meetings. It's also the appearance. And so I think one of the things that they should do, and they really should do this, they should say after Labor Day, they are going to suspend accepting any funds into the foundation because you're in the middle of a presidential campaign. I believe be far more proactive as opposed to reactive. That's what the Clintons should be doing.
Roland, do you like her? I know that you're a big supporter of President Obama's. What do you think of her?
I've met her. She's a nice woman. I've been critical of her, just like I've been critical of the president. Last time I interviewed him was 7 years ago, so it's not like we've been buddy-buddy. But again, just like anybody who's in political office, I have a very simple philosophy, Megan. If you do good, I'll talk about you. If you do bad, I'll talk about you. At the end of the day, I'll talk about you.
Before I let you go, because that was a great sign-off, but I have to ask you, are you open-minded to Donald Trump?
Here's the deal. I have interviewed a significant number of African Americans, and I have been asking the exact same question over and over and over. Where is your plan? Look, I've voted for Republicans before, so this ain't the first time. I look at individuals, but the problem for me is this here. Donald Trump gives great comments. It's on a bumper sticker, but there's no specificity. There's no plans. And then when he keeps saying stuff that you come back and say, wait a minute, that's not true. I got a problem when you simply, as somebody running for office, cannot even tell me how you're going to pay for your tax plan. You don't talk about HBCUs. You talk about African Americans, but then where's your plan? I'm sorry. He's all hat, no cattle. That's what we say in my native Texas.
Roland, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Likewise. Thanks a lot.
Joining us now in a Kelly File exclusive, South Carolina Congressman Trey Gowdy, the former chairman of the Select Committee on Benghazi. Great to see you, sir. So today you had an interesting day taking a look at some documents that the FBI had prior to you getting a look at them. Did you find anything particularly interesting about these documents that Hillary provided the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. Keep in mind, one notebook were the classified emails that she handled so negligently. The other notebook are the witness interviews, the summaries, what call 302s. My number one takeaway, Megan, is there's no reason in the world you could not and should not be able to look at the same witness interviews that I had to go to Washington and look at in a classified setting. You and your viewers should be able to read summaries of these witness interviews. The second takeaway is a lot of the FBI's time and attention was spent debunking and refuting these fantastically false statements that Secretary Clinton made at the inception of this email story. And the third takeaway, remember, Director Comey said that he could not indict, did not have a realistic probability of a successful prosecution on the issue of intent. So I looked to see what witnesses were questioned on the issue of intent, including her. And I didn't see that many questions.
Let's go back to number two.
Issue.
Let's go back to the second point, which is how much time they had to spend debunking what you say were lies or falsehoods that she told. What do you mean by that?
Oh, even something as seemingly innocuous as us referring to Sidney Blumenthal as her advisor. Remember, she got really upset when we used that term. You'll never guess which term the FBI used when they described Sidney Blumenthal and his relationship to her. He was interviewed. I think you would find very interesting what Colin Powell had to say and juxtapose that with what Clinton supporters have said over the last 48 hours. The multiple devices, how many phones she had, the very reason she set it up. All of that proved to be fantastically
And I want to
false.
ask you this. So she also, of course, claimed that she never sent her classified information. We now know that that's not true. I know you thought it might be interesting if the American people could see who sent some of the emails that she received with the classified information. What do you mean by that? Why would that be so interesting?
Well, right now, even Congress can't see the identities of them. They are so classified that even a congressman in a skiff with no telephone, no iPad, no notes, cannot even see who the author or the originator of that email string was. That is how classified that information was that she was handling on a non-secure server. Mm-hmm. So Sidney Blumenthal is one author. Of course, you know Cheryl Mills and Numa Abedin and Jake Sullivan, but there are even some originators that even members of Congress cannot see the identity of them because of the nature of the information.
Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, she was saying, I had no idea. No, what classified? No. Congressman Trey Gowdy, great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Also tonight, new reason for Hillary Clinton to be very concerned about a potential October surprise. The fugitive founder of the controversial group WikiLeaks is here in an exclusive interview on the information he holds and what it may mean for Mrs. Clinton. Don't miss Julian Assange. You know, right now, according to the average of all polls, she's beating Donald Trump by 5.5 points nationwide. She's way ahead of him in most of the swing states, not all. Do you believe the information in your possession could be a game changer in the U.S. election? Outlets are now attacking anyone who asks the health question as a, quote, birther spreading crazy conspiracy theories. Let's take a little walk down memory lane, shall we? Back to 2008 and what some big name journalists were then saying about then 72-year-old Senator John McCain.
Is McCain simply too old to get elected?
If it's John McCain's health we're talking about, and he's running for the highest office in the land, his health with limits becomes the public business.
This is a person who's had 5 different skin cancers, 4 melanomas, and then we found out today that he had a squamous cell carcinoma as well.
How concerned are doctors that this skin cancer may in fact return?
Joining me now, Dr. Mark Siegel, NYU professor of medicine and Fox News medical correspondent, and he was actually part of a team of medical professionals tapped to answer questions about John McCain's health. Doc, great to see you.
Great to see you, Megan.
So, I mean, those journalists were right. We had a right to know about John McCain, who wanted to be the commander-in-chief, and we have a right to know about Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, do we not?
Yes, we do. And I think what happened in 2008 is we changed the bar. We put it in a different place because the public these days is all about disclosure. It's all about transparency. So we essentially said if somebody's around 70 and they have significant health history, we want to know. His last melanoma had been 8 years before, but 22 journalists, and I was one of them,
looked over 1,100 pages that he released to a private viewing and reassured ourselves that he wouldn't have a melanoma coming back soon.
I remember when you did that. There was something about like some sun damage on his bob that you can't unsee that once the image goes in your head.
But I thought for parity's sake, after that, we would then get full records released in people that were around 70 or had significant.
Okay, neither candidate has done it. She hasn't done it. He hasn't done it. She's released more than he has. Hillary has more than Trump. He's got some letter from some doctor, Harold Bornstein, who says Trump will be the healthiest individual ever elected to the president. Yes, right. Thank you. And Trump says my records show perfection, and according to this guy. Okay, so this is the situation in which we find ourselves. You tell me whether you've seen anything publicly that suggests to you she has got some deeply concerning medical condition.
I don't believe that doctors should speculate. I think when we do that, we undermine our own authority, and in a way, it's against our oath. What I think is if she has a significant history, like a fall in 2012, question enough so that we would want to see more of her records if she would release them. Similarly, Donald Trump being around 70, not sleeping well at night, and eating a lot of junk food, he readily admits, I want to see his records as well. I think a team of doctors or media people should be able to get private showings of these records, same as we did in 2008. Same as, if you asked an accountant, Megan, you said to an accountant, how are their taxes? You can't I can't tell you, look at their taxes, right? Same with health records. We want to actually see the records.
You don't want sweeping conclusions. You want the evidence that form the basis of those conclusions so you can make up your own mind.
Absolutely. I don't see anything to doubt either one of these candidates. I just want to see more information.
Dr. Siegel, great to see you.
Great
By
to
the way,
see
look what Dr. Siegel brought me back from Russia. He saw I was drinking coffee and he decided to upgrade it for me.
The best.
Interesting choice. Thank you.
That's the best.
Thank you, Dr. Siegel.
Good to see you.
Joining me now with more Karl Rove, former Deputy Chief of Staff under President George W. Bush and a Fox News contributor, and Mo Levy, former Senior Spokesman and Traveling Press Secretary for Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign. Good to see you both. Karl, you know, it's interesting to see everybody come out and say, we need this John McCain, we got to get to the bottom of that. But now we've seen so many in the media say, come on, lay off of it. I agree with it when it comes to the fake medical reports that have been out there about her, but we're allowed to ask questions about her health.
Oh, sure. And look, in previous elections, I remember in 2000, we went through this exhaustive process with the New York Times where we had to make available every health record of Governor George W. Bush of Texas. They had to be looked at exhaustively by a fellow who had done this for 20 some odd years for the Times and examined by other physicians. It wasn't pleasant, but frankly, it was part of the process. And that's been the way in most modern elections. 1996, Bill Clinton stiff-armed the New York Times for months. We knew more about the health records of Bob Dole, a World War II veteran, than we did about the baby boomer Bill Clinton. But I think both candidates ought to accept the fact that that kind of scrutiny, I don't know if the Times is now prepared to do it, but that kind of scrutiny is necessary in the modern campaign.
Mo, do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's totally legit to want to take a look at the health records and background of candidates, and that's totally something that voters rightfully ought to have information on it, and it's a legitimate question for them. Having said that, it is not legitimate to be out there spreading false stories about a candidate's health that have no basis in
Okay, let me ask you, let me
reality.
stop, because there's some crazy right-wing, like really far right-wing websites that came up that apparently made fake health documents for Hillary Clinton under her real doctor's name. The doctor came out and said those are completely false. They misstated her title. I mean, they're just bogus. But let's take it a step back from that, because you've had people like Rudy Giuliani out there saying she looks sick. Just Google Hillary Clinton and health, and you'll find. You know, is your view on that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And I agree with the doctor you just had on, who said it does undermine the whole process. It undermines the way we look at this whole thing. I mean, the stuff that's coming out of not just far right websites, the stuff that's coming out of not just out of Trump's surrogates' mouths, but even some of the things that the candidate himself is saying, I think are really unfortunate and do a disservice to this whole conversation.
Questioning her stamina.
Donald Trump questioning her stamina, saying that she is not mentally or physically prepared or has the stamina to do the job. You know, look, Donald Trump, you've got a problem with Hillary Clinton. You have an issue with Hillary Clinton. You have plenty of issues to differentiate yourself on. Do it that way.
Carl,
but to manufacture something about her
part
health.
of what's going on here, Carl, you tell me, is that there have been questions, in particular after she had that concussion and she had the glasses on for the double vision, and some of the comments that were made back then that raised real questions about what had actually happened to her then.
Yeah. Well, think about that. Absolutely right. She has a concussion on the 13th of December. Falls down and has a concussion, but we're not told about it until the 15th of December, 2 days later. We're told on the 25th that, or excuse me, I actually got this written down.
The
On the 20th, we're told,
on the health
whiteboard. We're told on the 28th. We're told on the 28th of December that she's going to be back to the office next week. On the 30th, she's hospitalized with a blood clot, but we're not told about it until the next day.
2 pages.
She leaves the hospital on January 2nd. On January 7th, they say she is fully recovered, and they have a photo op, but she's not fully recovered. On the 23rd of January, 2013, she shows up at the Benghazi hearing wearing Fresnel prism glasses that help people who've suffered a concussion or traumatic brain injury get their vision right. She appears on 60 Minutes interview with President Obama, again with the glasses. It takes it over 2 months for her to get rid of the glasses. In fact, the next year, her husband, Bill Clinton, says it was terrible. The concussion required 6 months of very serious work to get over. That's what he admitted a year later. So, you know, when people have it, I remember when President Bush ate the pretzel and collapsed, we had to make every record available. We had to provide doctors in extremis to the press. And when she misled the American people, or people on her behalf misled the American people about the seriousness of that concussion, it does create some doubts. Now, I'm separate that from the arguments that Trump makes about her, you know, can she, as chef for the rigors of the presidency? People have made that argument back to John Adams and Thomas Jefferson.
Okay.
So that's in politics, but both these people ought to come clean with all their records.
Mo, would you like to respond to the triple whiteboard?
I didn't hear it all over the sounds of the black helicopters that I think were flying by the window here. What I think I did hear, though, was Carl repeating many of the things he said back in the day that he actually had to walk back because a lot of it wasn't right and wasn't true. And this is what I'm talking about.
This is absolutely true. The president, the Secretary of State, allowed her people to mislead the American people about the seriousness of her concussion.
The insinuations that you're making there, insinuations that Donald Trump making there, there's very little difference between the two.
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm not insinuating anything.
Nobody can understand when you talk over each other like this.
I'm not insinuating anything. I am saying her people did not tell the American people the truth about her concussion, and misled the people, delayed providing information, and then her husband admitted that it had taken her 6 months to get back on
track. We appreciate you doing the writing on your whiteboards and something better than Dr. Scratch, so we can actually read it. And
I'll bring mine next time.
Whether the American people are persuaded is up to them to decide. Great to see you both. So still ahead, a possible terror attack in Virginia and the questions it's now raising for the FBI. Have you heard about this? Plus, Kevin Jackson and Andel Brown are here on Donald Trump's attempts to reach the black community. And then big news, watching Donald Trump spend the last 10 days making appeals to inner city communities, we're seeing yet another shift in tone as he reaches out to another minority group, this time on immigration. Trump was speaking with our own Sean Hannity just a short time ago when he revealed that he is softening what has become one of his most popular policies.
Is there any part of the law that you might be able to change that would accommodate those people that contribute to society, have been law-abiding, have kids here?
There certainly can be a softening because we're not looking to hurt people. We have some great people in this country. So we're going to follow the laws of this country.
There is softening. Kevin Jackson is a Fox News contributor and executive director of theblacksphere.net. And Andel Brown is a defense and civil rights attorney. Good to see you both. Andel, let me start with you on that and your reaction to his statement after all this time. I mean, a year plus where he's been hard line on immigration. There's going to be a deportation force. The 11 million have to go. Their families have to go as well. There can be a softening. There's a softening.
Well, this is so important that Donald Trump waited until August, 2 months before the election, to address a softening on immigration with the Hispanic American community. I think it's too little, too late, and it's really just trying to a last-ditch effort to reach out to Hispanic voters. His campaign has not been inclusive, and I don't think it's helping now.
Kevin, his numbers with African Americans are dismal. His numbers with Hispanics are dismal. His numbers with women are dismal. And there's an article in the Washington Post tonight talking about how he is now trying to sort of erase the impression that people have that he is, quote, racist with all three of those groups.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that anybody would think that Trump is a racist. He's taking a stance that many Americans believe. I actually think it's kind of heartening to look at where Trump is going to be in the next couple of weeks, because the outreach that he's done in the black community, what he's now talking about with Hispanics, even though these are not monolithic issues, I don't believe that immigration is the only things that Hispanics are thinking about. But I think that the fact that he is reaching out and talking about these issues and giving it a bit of a deeper dive is interesting. I think what's more funny is watching the left have a conniption because they've had a monopoly on the black and Latino vote for quite some time. And now here's a Republican who's able to reach him without the long arm of the media stopping him. So I think it's going to be fun to watch in the next few weeks.
And, he's reaching out not only the Hispanic community and that, already he's been blowback. I mean, Ann Coulter, she's hardline on immigration, and she has been forever. She just said the following over on MSNBC. Listen.
How's it different than Obama?
How's it different from all the candidates he just beat? I go through. That's one of the 5 talking points every politician says.
Deport the felons.
Well, it's very different from the actual policy, but they all say that, and it just sounds very consultant to me. This could be the shortest book tour ever if he's really softening his position on immigration.
She's on a book tour. She's basically saying, I don't want to see that. And the question is whether this might erode some of his core support with that base he's done such a good job of cultivating.
Actions speak louder than words. And when it comes to African Americans, black women are the leading group when it comes to college enrollment in this country. Black men not that far behind, both ahead of Trump's base of white males. We are more than poverty, crime, and violence. And that seems to be all Trump can address when he's talking about black people. We're not lining the gutters of America waiting for Trump to save us. We're doing fine and we're making progress on our own. He needs to have a better pitch than "you're doing so bad, how much worse can it get?" We need him to tell us what he's going to do and to address the issues.
He's referring to the fact that Trump came out yesterday and said, "What the hell do you have to lose to the black community? Like, come with me." But you got to give him some credit for reaching out to these groups, do you not? I mean, he's struggling with African Americans and with Hispanics, but he's trying.
Megan, great soundbite. For Trump to say
participation.
To say that because he's exactly right. He's exactly right. The Democrats have effectively ruined the black community. We could look. There's a lot of things going on that are great in the black community. The problem
is
he going to
do to fix it? That's the question.
And the problem is that when you talk about things like black neighborhoods, you shouldn't even be saying things like black neighborhoods, black schools. We all know what that implies. These are the worst of the worst. When we look at criminality, when we look at jobs, all of it is bad. It's all under Obama, and it's all in big cities run by Democrats. So Trump is exactly right to bring this to the fore, because you know what? Democrats believe that blacks are the sacred cows that are going to come to the barbecue and eat like everybody else. It's time we barbecue the sacred cows. Trump is actually making an impact.
Well,
I will tell you,
the internal polling we're told in the Trump campaign shows that he's got an opportunity.
He's appealing to a different base. He doesn't care about black people's votes.
Well, the internal polling appears to show that there's some room with the African American voters because many are dissatisfied with the Clinton policies on crime from the bill. I gotta go. Great to see you both. So the key question in this race is this: with 76 days left, 76. Can you believe that? I know. And Hillary Clinton holding a lead in the swing states. What does 25 days from the election? Hillary Clinton is maintaining her 5+ point lead over Donald Trump in the average of all national polls. But in battleground North Carolina, the candidates are locked in a virtual tie. That has not stopped Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, however, from saying that the surveys aren't really telling the whole story. Why? so-called undercover Trump voters. We're hearing more and more of this. Joining me now to discuss it, Tucker Carlson, editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller, Kristen Soltis Anderson, Republican pollster and Washington Examiner columnist, and Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist. So what Kellyanne is saying, and we've heard this from a few Trump supporters now and campaign operatives, is there's the undercover voter who doesn't want to tell the pollsters that they're in Trump's camp because a social stigma has been attached to being a Trump voter in her mind, and so he's underpolling what he really is how he's really gonna perform. Tucker, do you buy it?
I mean, there's probably some truth in it. I think it's a pretty slim hope to hang a campaign on. On the other hand, we just saw a pretty clear example of this in late June in Great Britain with the Brexit vote. So the night before the Brexit vote, the stay side, the anti-Brexit forces were 4 points up in the polls. They won by 2. So that's a 6-point shift in 24 hours. The betting markets, which traditionally are pretty accurate because actual money's at stake, had it 90-10 stay, leave. The demographics were pretty similar to what we're looking at now. People who supported stay were the finance community, ethnic minorities, and young people. And I think what happened was a lot of those people didn't vote in the numbers that the leave people voted in. So that's not a crazy comparison, actually. If it gets tight, I think that could be real.
What do you think, Kristen?
In the primaries, there was a big difference between how Trump performed in calls where you had a live person asking someone over the phone, who are you voting for? And some of these surveys were online where you're not saying to an actual person who you're voting for. Trump tended to do a little bit better in those surveys. But here in the general election, we're not seeing that same kind of divide. You know, as Tucker mentioned, there have been cases in the past where we have what we call social desirability bias. People think they've got to give the right answer on the phone, but it doesn't make up for the kinds of margins that we're seeing Trump down by in some of these key swing states. So I think to the extent that there are any missing Trump voters, there's also the chance that there are voters that are Democratic voters who get missed because they're hard to survey. Maybe they don't have landline phones and such. So there's a chance the polls could be off a little bit either direction. It is slim hope to hang a campaign on.
Ben, the Weekly Standard's Jonathan Last tweeted out, if Trump's actually winning, or basically suggesting he's got all these voters who are prepared to vote for him, but we don't know about him, then why did he reorg his successful campaign operation?
Absolutely. That's something you'd have to ask. I mean, it's one of these situations where, to Tucker's point earlier, if Donald Trump was able to make this close, if he was able to become more acceptable, more socially acceptable as a choice, I think that you would see much tighter numbers in all of these states. I think you'd be seeing him doing a lot better. I think the problem is that he's run through the course of what people know about Trump now. He's very much a settled proposition. People know who he is. And I think that these types of claims that there is some great mass of people out there who want to vote for Donald Trump and just haven't been willing to say that to a pollster, that's just too much of a reach.
But now he is trying to mix it up, Tucker. I mean, clearly this shift on immigration is an attempt to bring more people into the fold and banking on his long-held belief that not a single one of his core supporters will leave no matter what he does or says.
Right. And that may be true. I do think it's a mistake to finesse a policy that hasn't been laid out yet, which is in effect what he's doing. I mean, look, the Brexit people won under the leadership of Nigel Farage because they articulated really clearly what it was about. And what it was about was democracy in action. He was making the case of, look, a small group of people make all the decisions in this country. It's supposed to be a democracy. It's not. And now is your chance to make your voice heard on behalf of borders and sovereignty and acting on behalf of your own country. That's a really powerful message. That's in effect what Trump is saying, but he's not saying it explicitly enough. I think if you were to shift to that and stop with this dumb, well, maybe a deportation force, maybe not. No, big picture. Stick to the big picture. And I actually think that this length he can pull it out.
What about, like, is Trump optimizing his schedule? I mean, what was he doing in Mississippi tonight?
Yeah, this is one of the big challenges that I see the Trump campaign really needs to readjust to is there are a handful of states that are going to decide this presidential election. We can talk about the national polls and is Trump up or down? You know, is he down by 5 right now, down by 6? But it's really all about states like Ohio, states like Pennsylvania, like Virginia and Florida. And the Obama campaign in 2012 really focused on optimizing not just what state President Obama was going to travel to for campaign rallies, but what county in those states, and use data to decide what is the best way to optimize every hour of that candidate's time. And it seems to me that Donald Trump is really good at building a fan base. He's good at going places where he can get excited rallies, but that's not the same as putting together the electoral votes to be president.
Ben, quickly, the debates, how big a factor?
I That could be a huge factor. The problem really is that in Donald Trump's case, you have to assume a campaign that doesn't really exist yet in terms of the people on the ground who could exploit a good performance in those debates and actually bring people into the fold, especially in those critical states that Kristen just mentioned.
Great to see you all.
Good to be with you.
Up next, Ben Shapiro with the story of the college campus now running the Stop White People trade at the State University of New York at Binghamton tonight. Resident advisors there being offered an optional training course called Stop White People 2K16. Supposedly this is diversity training, but some say it's actually racist. Ben Shapiro joins me now, an attorney and editor-in-chief of the Daily Wire, which broke this story. Ben, good to see you. What's this about?
So basically, there was a resident assistant program, a training program, 40 to 50 RAs attended, and the goal was to teach all of these RAs how to deal with white privilege and all of the racism inherent on the campus, to explain that reverse racism didn't really exist, and to correct the misconceptions of all of what the undereducated people who think things like white privilege is a buzzword for leftism, and that people should actually be treated equally without regard to their race. So, this is just plain leftist politics under the guise of re-education by a bunch of residents, assistants. The university said, of course, that they had nothing to do with the content, but they assured everybody that retroactively there was nothing really objectionable. They were just using the term "stop white people" facetiously.
It was a joke. Stop. I mean, can you imagine if there was a program like Stop Black People? The reaction that we get at a state, at a publicly funded university?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is absurd, of course. I mean, if you even try to give a lecture sponsored by a group on campus that has anything to do with race, there's a good shot that you'll be protested and shut down.
Yeah, as you know, firsthand.
Yeah, exactly. They can actually run a program called Stop White People 2K16. It's totally fine, neglecting, of course, the fact that most of the taxpayers in the state of New York are white and therefore subsidizing their education. Presumably, most of the people giving the grants.
But they must be stopped.
White.
But this is what the student says. This group says, this is Vice President for Student Affairs says, look, it wasn't anti-white. We're trying to improve people's ability to handle conflicts around the issues of diversity and race, and it was very respectful. And only a couple people complained.
Oh, to whom? Respectful to whom? Again, as you say, I mean, you title this thing "Stop Black People," and the entire country shuts down. President Obama sends the DOJ to investigate. You call it "Stop White People," and that's just another way of expressing yourself. It's just a way of bringing up conflict. I mean, listen, this is the sort of intellectual rigor that I would expect from the Harvard Binghamton, but nonetheless, it's not exactly, I think, an even playing field with regard to white and black at the state university.
Right, they're saying only a couple people, had quote mixed reaction. But what about those who didn't feel comfortable saying, hey, because they're worried they're going to be called a racist if they say, I don't really like this, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Ben, great to see you. We'll continue to follow it, and we'll be right back with a preview of Julian tomorrow night. Tune in tomorrow for part 2 of our interview with the founder of WikiLeaks, set to release, quote, significant new leaked information about Hillary Clinton. And watch his response when I ask him about who leaked these documents to him and whether the leaker was murdered in July. There was also speculation about whether your source was inside the DNC and whether it may have potentially been a man named Seth Rich who was killed. He was shot. Why are you so interested in Seth Rich's killer?
We're very interested in anything that might be a threat to alleged WikiLeaks sources.
I'm just asking you explicitly whether you believe somebody, connected with the DNC or somebody upset about the leak may have been behind it. Here's his answer tomorrow night. Now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk for just a moment as colleagues, not as Republicans or Democrats, not as members of the majority or the minority, but colleagues who are blessed to serve in the United States House of Representatives, the People's House, with all the tradition, with all the history, with all the laws that have been passed, with all the lives that have been impacted. I want us to talk as colleagues, because our foundational document gave us, as the House, unique powers and responsibilities. We run every 2 years because they intended for us to be closest to the people. The president was given different duties and powers. The president was given the duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is what does that mean to you? the laws be faithfully executed. If a bill becomes law and there is no question with respect to its constitutionality, does the chief executive have to enforce that law?
Have to enforce it?
Yes.
The president has a constitutional responsibility to enforce the laws, and the executive branch has a responsibility to enforce the law.
Right. So you agree with me that if a bill passes and is signed into law and there's no allegation of a lack of constitutionality, the chief executive has to enforce that law?
I mean, we're talking about a hypothetical situation here now, and given the hypothetical that you have espoused, I would think that there would obviously be a responsibility to enforce the law.
We know the president can veto a bill for any reason or no reason. We know the president can refuse to defend the constitutionality of a statute, even one that he signs into law. We know the president can issue pardons for violations of the very laws that we pass. And we know that the president has prosecutorial discretion as evidenced and used through his U.S. attorneys. Mr. Speaker, that is a lot of power. What are we to do when that amount of power is not enough? What are we to do when this president or any president decides to selectively enforce a portion of a law and ignore other portions of that law? What do we do, Mr. Speaker, regardless of motivation, when a president nullifies our vote by failing to faithfully execute the law? I want to ask you this. You issued a memo directing in certain circumstances that your AUSAs and USAs not inform the grand jury and therefore not inform the jury and therefore not inform the judge about drug amounts.
About
drug amounts in Title 21 cases.
I'm sorry, drug
amounts.
Drug amounts, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right, it's a memo. In cases involving Title 21 mandatory minimum sentences based on drug type, prosecutors should decline to charge the quantity necessary to trigger mandatory minimum. General Hunter, we already have a safety valve. Congress has already passed a law that if you meet these requirements, the mandatory minimum is not applicable. So why would you skew what Congress has done and trump it with a memo? I mean, I'm really honestly trying to understand how you can respect the law and disrespect a statute that Congress has already passed.
Well, ultimately, I'm trying to do is to push discretion in the hands of the men and women who serve as assistant U.S. attorneys to look at the defendant who is in front of them and make an appropriate determination based on the conduct of that person, what an appropriate sentence is.
How do you explain waivers and exemptions and delays in a bill passed by Congress and affirmed by the United States Supreme Court? How do we explain away a refusal to enforce mandatory minimums that were passed by Congress and affirmed by the Supreme Court? And why pursue, Mr. Speaker, immigration reform if presidents can turn off the very provisions that we pass? You know, in the oath that brand new citizens take, it contains 6 different references to the law. If it's good enough for us to ask brand new citizens to affirm their devotion to the law, is it too much to ask that the president do the same? If a president, Professor Turley, what are the limits of prosecutorial discretion? And if the president can suspend immigration laws, marijuana laws, why not election laws?
Well, I think that in some of these areas, I can't imagine to be justified through prosecutorial discretion. It's not prosecutorial discretion to go into the law and say an entire category of people will no longer be subject to the law. That's a legislative decision. Prosecutorial discretion is a case-by-case decision that is made by the Department of Justice. When the Department of Justice starts to say, we're going to extend that to whole sections of laws, then they are engaging in a legislative act, not prosecutorial discretion. Wherever the line is drawn, it's got to be drawn somewhere from here. It can't include categorical rejections of the application of the law to millions of people.
If a president can change some laws, can he change all laws? Can he change election laws? Can he change discrimination laws? Are there any laws under your theory that he actually has to enforce. What is our recourse, Mr. Speaker? What is our remedy? Some would argue the framers gave us the power of the purse and the power of impeachment, but Mr. Speaker, those are punishments, those are not remedies. What is the remedy if we want the executive to enforce our work?
But I would just tell you that I always thought prosecutorial discretion was an individual prosecutor determining whether she or he has enough facts to substantially result in a conviction on a case-by-case basis. If a president is ignoring entire categories of the law, whether it be immigration, marijuana, mandatory minimum, the ACA, what is the remedy for the legislative branch?
Well, first of all, the first part of that question is, as you may know, I do criminal defense work. I would never go to a prosecutor and say, I want your prosecutorial discretion to say that the entire class of which my client belongs cannot be subject to this law, because prosecutors would look at me and say, are you insane? I am not Congress. So I wouldn't even raise the question. Now, in terms of where we go from here, I'm not too sure, because the great concern I have for this body is that it's not only being circumvented, but it's also being denied the ability to enforce its inherent powers. Many of these questions are not close in my view. The president is outside the line, but it has to go in front of a court, and that court has to grant review. And that's where we have the most serious constitutional crisis I view in my lifetime. And that is, this body is becoming less and less relevant.
Mr. Speaker, we are not held in high public esteem right now. Maybe members of Congress would be respected more if we respected ourselves enough to require that when we pass something, it be treated as law. Maybe we would be more respected if we had a firmly rooted expectation that when we pass something as law, it be treated as law. Maybe we would be more respected if we put down party labels and a desire to keep or retain or acquire gavels and picked up the history, the tradition, and the honor of this, the people's house. Mr. Speaker, the House of Representatives does not exist to pass suggestions. We do not exist to pass ideas. We make law. And while you are free to stand and clap, when any president comes into this hallowed chamber and promises to do it with or without you, I will never stand and clap. When any president, no matter whether it's your party or mine, promises to make us a constitutional anomaly and an afterthought, we make law.
Nell Lindsay was a nurse at a local hospital. Her shift had ended and it was time to go home. She couldn't take her own car because her husband had disabled the car so it wouldn't work. This is the same husband who had broken her jaw on a family vacation. The same husband who had knocked out her teeth in an Applebee's parking lot while her children watched. The same husband who had called her oldest son a sexual orientation epithet and put beer in the baby bottle of their youngest child. So Nell Lindsay got a ride home from the hospital from work with a friend of hers. And as they were headed home, they saw an ominous sight, Madam Chairwoman. They saw the car of her estranged husband. Now, he had been ordered to stay away from her, Madam Chairwoman, but he didn't care. And there was a condition of bond to stay away from her, but he didn't care. And there was a court order, an order of protection to stay away from her, but he didn't care. And when Nell Lindsay and her friends saw that ominous sight of Marion Lindsay in a car, they did a very smart thing, Madam Chairwoman. They headed straight for the Inman Police Department. And they're jumping over railroad tracks, and they're running stop signs, and they're running red lights. And Nell gets out her cell phone, and she calls 911. And she says, please help. Please help. So they pull into the back parking lot of the Emmett Police Department, and she still has the cell phone to her ear. And through the audio tape that we played at trial, Madam Chairwoman, you could hear Nell Lindsay saying, "Please help. Please help." And then you heard 4 gunshots. And when they took her body out of the back seat of that car, she still had the cell phone in her hand. The system failed Nell Lindsay, Madam Chairwoman. She did everything we tell battered and abused women to do. The courts couldn't save her. The prosecutors couldn't save her. Her husband's on death row, but that doesn't save her. But even in her death, Madam Chairwoman, she did something good because she spawned changes in South Carolina in the way that we treat violence against women. And with the help of Violence Against Women grants, like the ones that are at jeopardy today, with the help of those grants, and a woman named Lynn Hawkins, who I must concede, Madam Chairwoman, does not share my political ideology in any way, shape, or form. But she put the political sloganeering and the bumper stickers behind. And she said, "Let's change the system in South Carolina," and we did it. And it wasn't in time to save Nell Lindsay, but it was in time to save a graveyard full of other women in our state. So I'm going to ask simply this, Madam Chairwoman. Can we stop the election year gimmicks? Can we stop these manufactured wars that pit one group of Americans against another group of Americans? I spent 16 years prosecuting men who raped, stabbed, strangled, shot, and killed women. I have a mother, a wife, a daughter, 3 sisters, and the images of countless women indelibly imprinted on my mind because they were killed by men who claimed to care about them. This is not about politics to me, and I will not yield. I will not yield. If you want to make women safer, then change the way we draw juries, change the discovery rules, improve the rape shield statute. But stop focusing on November's election for just one afternoon and wonder with me what good we can accomplish if we will stop the political games and if we could pick up some humanity and embrace the fact that even in a political environment as dysfunctional as this one, we can find common ground when it comes to fighting for those who have no voice, who have nobody to stand up for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Holder, Assistant Attorney General Ronald White wrote a letter to a member of Congress February 2011, a letter which was demonstrably false. Your department withdrew that letter 10 months later. When did you learn that that letter was false?
Well, I would not characterize the letter as false. I'd say it contained inaccuracies.
Well, Mr. Attorney General, it contained material, demonstrably false statements.
Agreed. I would say that it was inaccurate.
What consequences can we expect because of false statements made to Congress?
Well, as I said, there is an Inspector General investigation that is underway. I'll look at the results of that investigation, but I'll also be looking to see what happened with regard to the creation of that letter, if there's more information that I can glean on my own before making determinations as to how people will be held accountable for the mistakes that they made.
Mr. Attorney General, it just seems to me that the policy is not going to be, let's get the least knowledgeable person that we can to write the letter. I found the exchange between you and Chairman Sensenbrenner to be interesting on mens rea. The defense is that Mr. White didn't know what he didn't know. So we're going to get the least knowledgeable person in the Department of Justice to write the letters to members of Congress. Is that what we can expect from now on?
No, what you can expect from this Department of Justice, as long as I'm the Attorney General, is that we will do our best to get you accurate information as quickly as we can.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, your defense of your friend Lanny Brewer, I guess at some level is admirable. I just don't understand it. It took me a minute to get you to admit that he knew that guns were being walked, and there are scores of emails where he admitted it. He assigned a prosecutor to Fast and Furious. This is someone who on his own website boasts of being one of the best 100 lawyers in America. He knew that guns were being walked. He assigned a prosecutor to Fast and Furious. He forwarded an email to his home computer of a draft of Mr. Weitsch's letter. And he's going to stick around, Mr. Attorney General?
Well, you're saying things, you see, but you're doing what I asked you to not do before. That is conflating things. I said he knew about, and he admitted that he knew about gun walking when it came to Operation Wide Receipt.
Mr. Holder, the letter is very specific. ATF makes every effort to interdict weapons that have been purchased illegally and prevent their transportation to Mexico. Is that true or false?
That is not accurate, but Mr. Brewer didn't, as he indicated, he said he did not have anything to do with the creation.
He forwarded this letter, a draft of it, to his home computer. Now, it does not take a long walk to get that he forwarded it to his home computer to read it.
I'm only going by what Mr. Brewer has testified to, which is that he did not think that he reviewed the letter, reviewed the drafts before they went out.
Who was Daniel Mudd?
He was the CEO of Fannie Mae during this period.
What was his total compensation?
I don't know off the top of my head, sir.
So you wouldn't disagree if it were $12 million?
Could be right.
How about Richard Siren?
Who was the CEO of Freddie Mac?
During what time period?
I'm not sure, but it ended at the time of conservatorship.
Exactly, 2003 to 2008. Now, what was his total compensation for that time?
Again, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know that.
Would you disagree with me if I told you it was more than $38 million?
I could believe that.
Right, so surely you can understand the frustration of taxpayers who are paying bonuses while the bus is driven through the gates of hell, and then you want us to pay bonuses while the people change the tires. Who was James Johnson?
James Johnson was the CEO of Fannie Mae prior to back in the 1990s.
And what was his total compensation during that time period?
It was substantial, sir.
$100 million. Now, he had a good working relationship with Congress, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, Franklin Raines, what was his total compensation?
I don't know, sir.
Would you disagree if it were more than $90 million? And he had a good working relationship with Congress. So sitting here simply saying that we need a better working relationship with Congress, one could argue that's what got us into this abyss.
I'm sorry, I don't recall saying having a better working relationship with Congress. I thought I said.
I've heard you mention the word Congress a half dozen times. And Mr. Chairman, if I could have 30 more seconds, the graveyard is full of people who are waiting on federal judgeships that never came. And I've heard the argument time and time again that we have to raise compensation levels for federal judges so we can attract the right kind of people. And yet every time there's an opening, there are 100 folks that are dying for. They'll take a tremendous cut in pay. I find it bitterly ironic that the total compensation for the United States Supreme Court justices is less than either of these two men make. So here we are again, Mr. Speaker, less than 6 months removed from last summer's so-called debt crisis, on the verge of committing another act of generational embezzlement. We are on the verge of assigning another $1 trillion to our progeny because we can't muster the courage to make hard decisions. We're on the verge of $16 trillion in debt, Mr. Speaker, because we can't bring ourselves to say no. We're on the verge of $16 trillion in debt, Mr. Speaker, because we refuse to have a serious conversation about the role of government juxtaposed with the role of the individual. And in times like this, when leadership and moral courage, as my friend from South Carolina, Mick Mulvaney, so eloquently put it, when moral courage and leadership are needed, it's slogans more befitting of a student body president race than a campaign to be the leader of the free world. This administration says it wants a balanced approach, but a balanced approach apparently doesn't include a balanced budget.
This administration says it wants a grand bargain, a big transformative deal. But the details of such a deal would fit nicely on the backside of a postage stamp. And my personal favorite, Mr. Speaker, this administration wants, quote, rich to pay their fair share. I've heard that phrase several times this morning. What I have not heard, Mr. Speaker, because they never seem to get around to defining who the rich are, and they never seem to get around to defining the word fair, which may be the most subjective word in the English language. So I would ask, is it fair? Is 34% not enough? You want a half? You want 2/3?
Gentlemen, yield for an answer.
When will your president define who the rich are
Gentlemen, yield for an answer.
and what's fair?
I'd be happy to answer the gentleman. It's a gentleman yield. Will the gentleman yield? The gentleman from South Carolina controls the time. I didn't hear the answer. Will the gentleman yield? The gentleman from Colorado will suspend. The gentleman from South Carolina may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the generations that come after us will have the courage the generations that came before us had, for we have been profiles in timidity and greed.
I think that American people should know that the members of Congress are underpaid. A lot of members can't even afford to live decently when they have their job in Washington.
So what is your thought about a pay raise for Congress? And this is if I make a lot of friends on either side of the aisle, I'm sure, with your answer, whatever it may be.
You know, Greta, I know a lot of people in the world that are underpaid. In fact, I live with one who's a school teacher. But members of Congress are incredibly blessed and fortunate to have the jobs that we have. Nobody makes us run. Every 2 years, we offer for public office. And if you don't want to do it, then don't run. But the notion that you can make $174,000 in this country and be underpaid is laughable. We are better off than 99.9% of the people that we claim to work for. And I would be embarrassed to say that given our job performance and our salary, that we are anything other than grossly overcompensated. Public service means you give something up. You get compensation in other ways. You get the benefit of working in the Capitol, being part of history, of being able to vote for your fellow citizens, all of which is priceless. So even if we were doing a great job, which no one believes, including our families and staffs, believe we are, we still don't deserve a raise. Because there are equally important jobs like law enforcement and firefighters and education and anyone who takes care of children who make far less. My wife makes a fifth what I make. My sheriff makes less than half of what I make. And they do a great job. So $174,000 is a lot of money, Greta, whether you're doing a great job or not so great a job. And look, there are members of Congress that I think earn their salary. I think, Jason Chaffetz, I'm a huge fan of his, Jimmy Jordan, Paul Ryan. There are lots of people that are in politics for exactly the right reason, but every one of them knows that you're going to give something up. If you think you can make more money in the private sector, then don't run for office. If you think you can make more money practicing law, then practice law. But don't run for office and then complain about the salary, because you know what it is when you file.
And I'll say this to the witnesses. I prepared a list of questions for all three of you. But during the ranking member's opening statements I shared with him on the floor, my mind went away from the questions and I went back to South Carolina. In the very same month, the very same year that the IRS was conferencing in Anaheim, we were furloughing law enforcement officers. We were furloughing teachers. Prosecutors in my own office were furloughed. Secretaries in my own office were furloughed. Those are secretaries who struggle to make ends meet under the best of circumstances. And here we're asking them to go 2 weeks without pay, and we canceled all out-of-town training. We brought our own food to our Thanksgiving and Christmas office socials. We started an anonymous fund to help our fellow employees who were struggling to make ends meet. And one night, one of my secretaries came in after hours and asked if she could borrow the money to buy her child a birthday present. And she kept apologizing for having to do it. She kept saying, I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. And at exactly the same time, that young government employee, single mom, was borrowing money for a child's birthday present. Other government employees were staying in $3,500 a night rooms. Other government employees were spending more money on promotional materials than that young woman makes in a year. And other government employees were spending more money on audience participation tools than that young woman makes in a year. So, Mr. Inspector General, I appreciate the work that you've done. But with all due respect, this is not a training issue. This cannot be solved with another webinar. This can't be solved with just one more recommendation. If we can just get that recommendation implemented, we're just one recommendation away from people acting responsibly. Mr. Inspector General, we can adopt all the recommendations you can conceive of. I just say it strikes me, and maybe it's just me, but it strikes me as a cultural, systemic, character, moral issue. The IRS has been in existence, depending on how you want to count, either since 1862 or 1918. But in either event, they've had 100 years to figure out that while your fellow Americans are losing their jobs and their health insurance and their homes, you do not spend $4 million at a conference for which there is no accountability. You do not hire people to make meaningless speeches or artists to paint paintings of Bono. When your fellow citizens, the ones who pay your salary, are struggling, that is a character issue. Training cannot fix that. They sent more than 25 employees on a scouting trip to see whether or not the hotel was okay. That's not going to be fixed with training, Mr. Inspector General. When you got law enforcement officers being furloughed and you've had 100 years to figure out how to act appropriately, you don't need an IG report to tell you that spending $27,000 for someone to talk about how random combinations of ideas can drive radical innovations, there's not a webinar in the world that's going to fix that. So, Mr. Inspector General, in reality, it just strikes me that we just need one single recommendation. Start over. This entity has not only targeted citizens that it was supposed to serve, it's allowed itself to be used as a political tool. Not only does it have access to our financial information, it will soon have access to our health information. Those are details that we don't share with people that we do trust. And we're going to be asked to share it with people who are so disconnected as to spend this amount of money while our fellow citizens are struggling mightily in the fall of 2010. I don't think training is going to fix it. I think replacement might.
Utah. Mr. Chairman, you have an absolute right to remain silent. No inference or suggestion of guilt may be inferred from your invocation of that right to remain silent. However, if you do testify or take the stand, you will be treated like any other witness and subject to cross-examination. Mr. Chairman, the reason that that phrase is running through my mind is because I heard it for 16 years. It's being repeated in courtrooms all across this country today, but not for powerful people that work for government, just for everyday folks. Just for everyday witnesses or everyday defendants of petty crimes, not charged with violation of constitutional rights, maybe just petty larceny. But they're being told you have a right to remain silent. However, if you testify or take the stand, you will be treated like every other witness. Mr. Chairman, I counted 17 separate factual assertions by Ms. Lerner, not those three little sentences that my colleagues like to cite, 17 separate factual assertions.
That is a lot of talking for somebody who wants to remain silent. That's a lot of talking. If you honestly believe that you can make 17 separate factual assertions and still invoke your right to remain silent, then please tell me what waiver is. Please tell me what constitutes waiver if saying 17 separate factual things does not. Mr. Chairman, she testified, I have done nothing wrong, I've broken no laws, I've broken no IRS rules or regulations. That's her testimony. What I'm saying is we should have the right to cross-examine her on that testimony. Because I'd like to ask her, when you said we need a plan, who is we and what plan are you referring to? She said we need to be careful that it's not perceived as political. Who is we and what are you concerned about the perception of politics for? What are you fearful of, Ms. Lerner? She said, I think we really need to do a project. Again, Ms. Lerner, who is we and what project are you referring to? That is a legitimate question. And every brother and sister at the bar on the other side of the aisle would ask that question on cross-examination if given the opportunity. Can you imagine, Mr. Chairman, can you imagine a fact pattern where somebody takes the stand and says, I didn't rob the bank? But I'm not going to answer why my fingerprints are on the demand note. And I'm not going to tell you why I'm on the surveillance footage with the gun in my hand. And I'm not going to tell you why the dye pack blew up in my car. I'm just going to tell you I didn't rob the bank. That's not the way our system works. You have to answer the other side's questions. I think these questions are fair. The Tea Party is very dangerous. Dangerous to whom? Who, Miss Lerner? Who thinks they're dangerous? You? The IRS? Dangerous in what way? We need a vehicle to get back to court. Who is we? Why do you want to get back to court? Could it, heaven forbid, be because you don't like Citizens United? Is that possibly the explanation? Mr. Chairman, she said Cincinnati should not have these cases, but then she turned around and said Cincinnati was game. That's an inconsistent statement. Every lawyer on that side of the aisle would ask her to explain that inconsistency. Everyone. So why can't we? If this isn't waiver, then can someone explain to me on the other side what fact pattern constitutes waiver? If you can make 17 separate factual assertions and authenticate a document and say, I have done nothing wrong, which is about as broad as any testimony can possibly get. I've done nothing wrong. I've broken no laws. I've broken no rules or regulations. I mean, honestly, what testimony could be broader than that? So necessarily, our cross-examination should be equally broad, and it would be in a courtroom. How often did you use your personal email, Ms. Lerner? That's a fair question. The Committee on Ways and Means just referred that issue to the Department of Justice. How many times did you use your personal email? When you mused about applying for a job with an organization connected with the president, were you kidding, Ms. Lerner? Or were you serious? We know you were contemplating retirement. Were you really seriously going to work, Mr. Chairman? I know my time is up. I'm just going to say this in conclusion. The same Constitution that allows her the right, if she wants to sit there and say nothing, allows these groups the right to petition their government for redress.
Judge,
well, I want to make it easier for you. How long will it take you to produce Lois Lerner's emails that don't involve 6103 material from January of 2010? Well, can we have that by Friday?
Absolutely not.
Why?
No way, because there's no way physically we can.
January of 2010. That's 1 month. No 6103 material. Just email. 1 month. Just 1 month. When can we get that?
We have to go through each of those emails to make sure it has no 61.
Well, how long is that going to take? Can we have it by Friday?
I have no idea.
Just 1 month, Commissioner. Just January of 2010. No 6103. And let me tell you why I'm interested in.
No, well, I'll tell you, today is Wednesday. I'd be happy to ask the people who do the work and get back to you.
All right, let's do January of 2010. And then let's get ambitious and do February of 2010. And then let's go March 2010. And I think you know why I'm doing 2010, Commissioner. When the president likes 5-4 Supreme Court decisions, he calls that settled law, like the ACA. When he doesn't like 5-4 Supreme Court decisions, like Citizens United, he attacks it, which is what he did in January of 2010. And that's why the timeline is so important, Commissioner. The jury is never entitled to know the motive, but they always want to know the motive. You don't ever have to prove why somebody did something, but the jury always wants to know, why did this happen? And if you start in January 2010 with the president's State of the Union address, and then you move through Lois Lerner's emails that have nothing to do with 6103 material, you begin to see a motive develop.
Great. You're going to get 20,000 pages of documents this afternoon. Some of them may well be January 2010. But I will check with our people, because if you would like to stop that production of Lois Lerner emails and go to January 2010, I will go and find out exactly how long.
What I want is this. I want this to be complied with. I want it complied with in a timely fashion. And you and I both know that if there's no 6103 material, whether or not you think we need something or we ought to have it, or we're on a wild goose chase, frankly, I could care less what you think about that.
Mr. Schulman, when you learned that conservative groups were being targeted by the IRS for discriminatory treatment, what did you do?
When I learned of the existence of a BOLO list, in that same conversation or right around that time, I also learned a couple things. One, that it was being stopped. So that.
All right, and who told you it was being stopped?
That's Steve Miller, my deputy.
All right, and did you investigate further? Can you give me the name of a single person who was involved in the original decision to target conservative groups for disparate treatment?
I'm not aware of those names.
Why did you give me a name?
So at the same time that I learned and that it was being stopped, I was also told that the Inspector General was aware of it.
Mr. Schulman, is the Inspector General the only person who can investigate wrongdoing within the IRS?
My general practice.
Can you answer my question, and then you can explain? Is the Inspector General the only entity who can investigate wrongdoing?
Congress can investigate.
How about you?
And
can you do it?
The practice at the Internal Revenue Service that I inherited.
So if there's inappropriate conduct being done on your watch in the IRS, then that inappropriate conduct can last as long as the Inspector General's investigation lasts. Is that what you're telling me? That you're not going to step in and stop it?
No, what I'm telling you.
If there's someone wielding a knife in the parking lot, are you going to call the Inspector General? Are you going to wait until his or her investigation's over before you stop it?
When I was told about these allegations, I was also told that they were being stopped, and so that the inappropriate criteria were not being used.
And despite the seriousness and potential criminality of that conduct, you didn't investigate it yourself at all?
So the procedures I inherited, and that my general practice.
This is going to go much quicker if you'll answer yes or no, and then you can explain. Did you do anything to verify that the practice, as insidious as it was stopped?
The Inspector General was going to be looking into it, and that's what.
Is it that you can't say yes or no, or you're just choosing not to say yes or no? Can you answer the question? Did you do anything personally to make sure that this insidious, discriminatory practice was stopped? Yes or no?
At the time that I learned about it, I also learned two things. The first was that it was being stopped, and the second was that the.
And what did you do to verify that it was stopped?
The responsible deputy of the Internal Revenue Service told me it was being stopped. I had no reason to believe otherwise.
Did you investigate why conservative groups were being targeted?
Excuse me?
Did you investigate? So you can't give me a single name. You can't answer the who. Can you tell me the why? Why were conservative groups? Why was the culture such under your watch
that an employee felt comfortable targeting conservative groups. Did you investigate that?
You know, from my reading of the report, I can't tell if it was political motivation or if it was tone deaf, somebody trying to expedite a way.
You still don't know that this was political.
Excuse me?
You still don't know that this was political?
I defer to the Inspector General.
Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. Shulman, your predecessor said that he wasn't sure if it was partisan, and that requires the listener to be as stupid as the speaker to utter a comment like that. He just testified that policy positions dictated this. What does that mean to you? If it's not partisan, what does that mean?
I'm not sure I heard that testimony.
Did you lift a finger to identify the facts?
Felt very comfortable with the facts. The Inspector General was going to run down the facts, and once he had it, it would be reported out.
Let the record reflect that's a no. Collectively, Mr. Chairman, we all understand why people want to come to this country, to escape persecution, to taste freedom and liberty, to know that hard work and education and a level playing field can combine forces to transform lives. Escaping conflict and hardship is one thing, Mr. Chairman. Picking a new home is another. And America is picked because we are a country that embraces justice. We reward fairness. We're a nation of laws. The poorest of the poor has the same standing in court as the richest of the rich. We believe in the even application of the law because law provides order, structure, predictability, and security. And what we cannot become is a nation where the law is enforced selectively or not at all. And what we cannot become, Mr. Chairman, is a country where the law is applied to some of the people some of the time. The president from time to time, Mr. Chairman, says that he wants a country where everyone plays by the same rules. With respect, they aren't called rules in this country. They're called laws. And each of us takes an oath to enforce them, including those with which we may disagree. Because when the law is ignored or applied in an uneven way, we begin to see the erosion of the very foundation upon which this republic was built. And make no mistake, Mr. Chairman, as surely as today one may benefit from the non-compliance or non-enforcement of a law, that same person will be clamoring to have the law enforced in another capacity. So we seek to harmonize two foundational precepts, Mr. Chairman. Number one is humanity. And number two is respect for the rule of law. And history is whispering, as you noted, Mr. Chairman, that we have traveled this road before. In 1986, we were told that immigration had been settled once and for all. We were told that in exchange for secure borders and employment verification, those who entered the country illegally would not suffer the full panoply of legal consequences. In the minds of many, Mr. Chairman, the country got amnesty, but is still waiting 25 years later on the border security and the employment verification. So here we are back again, asking our fellow citizens to trust us. And many, despite ourselves, Mr. Chairman, remain open to legislative expressions of humanity and grace, but they will be watching skeptically to see if we are serious about enforcing the rule of law. Are we serious about ending the insidious practice of human trafficking? Are we serious about punishing those who prey on folks with false promises and fraudulent documents? Are we serious about border security and employment verification? Are we serious about making this the last time we have this conversation? Or are we simply playing political games with people's lives and undercutting the respect for the rule of law, which ironically is the very reason they seek to come to this country in the first place? We shall see. I yield back. Thank you, Jimmy. We will not waver in our commitment to see that justice is done for this terrible act in Benghazi. And make no mistake, justice will be done. That was the President of the United States over a year ago. We're investigating exactly what happened. But my biggest priority now is bringing those folks to justice. That was the President of the United States over a year ago. No one has been arrested. No one has been prosecuted. No one has been brought to justice. We don't even have access to the witnesses. You and the media were good enough for my 16 years as a prosecutor not to tell me how to do my job. And so far in Congress, y'all have been good enough not to tell me how to do my job. I'm not telling you how to do your job.
But I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you can't answer these questions, then I'll leave you to draw whatever conclusion you want to draw about whether or not the media has provided sufficient oversight. Can you tell me why Chris Stevens was in Benghazi the night that he was killed? Do you know? Does it bother you whether or not you know why Chris Stevens was in Benghazi? Do you know why we were the last flag flying in Benghazi after the British had left and the Red Cross had been bombed? Do you know why requests for additional security were denied? Do you know why an ambassador asking for more security days and weeks before he was murdered and those requests went unheeded? Do you know the answer to why those requests went unheeded? Do you know why no assets were deployed during the siege? And I've heard the explanation, which defies logic, frankly, that we couldn't have gotten there in time. But you know, they didn't know when it was going to end. So how can you possibly cite that as an excuse? Do you know whether the president called any of our allies and said, can you help? We have men under attack. Can you answer that? Do any of you know why Susan Rice was picked? The Secretary of State did not go. She says she doesn't like Sunday talk shows. That's the only media venue she does not like, if that's true. Why was Susan Rice on the 5 Sunday talk shows? Do you know the origin of this mythology? That it was spawned as a spontaneous reaction to a video. Do you know where that started? Do you know how we got from no evidence of that to that being the official position of the administration? In conclusion, Congress is supposed to provide oversight. The voters are supposed to provide oversight, and you are supposed to provide oversight. That's why you have special liberties, and that's why you have special protections. I am not surprised that the President of the United States called this a phony scandal. I'm not surprised that Secretary Clinton asked, what difference does it make? I'm not even surprised that Jay Carney said Benghazi happened a long time ago. I'm just surprised at how many people bought it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith and Mr. Woods, I want to express on a personal level my gratitude and my sympathy to you for the loss of your sons, and to everyone that loved your sons and all the 4 victims of Benghazi. When you were testifying, I couldn't help but think of this dichotomy of death, that sometimes it walks slowly to the front door of your life, and it gives you plenty of time to get your affairs in order. You've had a good life. You have time to say goodbye to the people you love. You have time to offer a prayer for your soul. It just walks slowly and knocks gently on the front door. And then sometimes it kicks in the front door unexpectedly with no notice, and you don't even have time to offer a prayer. The word closure is used all the time. In my experience, it's only used by people who have never suffered the loss of a child, because there is no closure. I can't offer you closure. What I hope we can offer you is the truth, facts, justice, and let you do with that what you need to do as you walk down that road we call grief. We can't give you closure. It's facts, truth. And the real jury, Mr. Woods, Ms. Smith, is the American people. They're the ones watching this trial unfold, and they will decide. They heard this morning a perspective that everything that can be investigated has been investigated. Everything. That's one perspective. The other perspective is you didn't even bother to interview some of the central key eyewitnesses. And the American people are going to have to decide whether or not they would ever tolerate an investigation where you don't call eyewitnesses and you don't call the people responsible for whatever the duty was. But I want to leave you
with this. I want you to know this. From the upstate of South Carolina, I am asked about Benghazi more than any other issue. It has not been forgotten. I suspect you both live a long ways from the upstate of South Carolina, but just know, Republican, Democrat, Independent, don't know, don't care, from church to the grocery store to Costco, frankly, to the golf course, I am asked about Benghazi, and in effect, about your sons, more than any other issue. So the jury has not forgotten. Yes, ma'am. I will work with Mr. Chaffetz, whom I agree with you on your characterization of, and the others. And frankly, there are folks on both sides who want to find out. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Cummings has been here all day. I can't give you closure. I just want to give you the facts and the truth and justice and let you use it however you need to use it. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for almost a year, there was an escalating pattern of violence directed towards the United States and other Western targets in Libya. Attacks on the consulate in Benghazi, attacks and assassination attempts on the British ambassador, attacks on the International Red Cross, attacks on courthouses, judges assassinated, culminating on September the 11th, and the murder of 4 Americans, including our ambassador to Libya. Before those 4 murders, Mr. Chairman, just a few weeks before that, our embassy in Libya said this to the Department of State: the security condition in Libya remains unpredictable, volatile, and violent. So, Mr. Chairman, despite what would appear to any reasonably objective observer as an escalating pattern of violence, including sophistication, coordination, and management, this administration blamed the murder of our ambassador and 3 others on a video. Don't take my word for it, Mr. Chairman. Let's look at what Ambassador Rice herself said. Our current assessment is that what happened in Benghazi was, quote, in fact, initially a spontaneous reaction. I don't know what the phrase in fact means in diplomatic legalese. I can see what it means in a courtroom, Mr. Chairman. It means it's a fact. And she went on national television and she said, not as this ambassador has said, that I'm not going to speculate.
But in totality of looking at all the information that's been provided to this committee, we see the State Department trying to backtrack or cover themselves from not paying attention to warnings. The follow on email was from David Adams. I'm with Toria, referring to Newland. The last bullet is especially, will read to members like we had been repeatedly warned. Followed on, I spoke with Tommy. We'll work with this in the morning, get comments back.
She said, in fact, this was a spontaneous reaction to what had just transpired hours before in Cairo, almost a copycat of the demonstrations against our facility in Cairo, which were prompted, of course, Mr. Chairman, by a video, is what she said. And then she proceeds to say the attack was spontaneous. I can think of few things, Mr. Chairman, more antithetical to spontaneity than a 12-month-long prologue of violence in Libya. And then she said she relied solely and squarely on the information the intelligence community provided. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have another hearing where we can ask Ambassador Rice under oath, who told you what when? You're going to blame the intelligence committee? You come before this committee and you tell us who told you it was a video. Who in the intelligence community said it? Who in the diplomatic community blamed this on a video? And then we move to Jay Carney, who's the spokesperson for the leader of the free world.
This is what he said, Mr. Chairman. I'm saying based on information that our initial information that includes all information, we saw no evidence to back up claims by others that this was a pre-planned or premeditated attack. What we saw was evidence that it was sparked by the reaction to this video. And that is what we know thus far based on evidence, concrete evidence, close quote. Mr. Chairman, you know that in former life, I spent a little time in the courtroom. So when I hear the phrase concrete evidence, it means something to me. That's even stronger language than simply saying something is in fact. So 2 representatives of this administration gave demonstrably false statements, not just to us, but to our fellow citizens on national television. Now, is the explanation for those demonstrably false statements, as my colleague from Florida just asked, was it negligence? Was it just a reckless disregard for the truth? Or was it more nefarious than that? Mr. Chairman, the American people are reasonable. People understand investigations take time. People don't expect you to speculate until you have all the facts. What they will not forgive, Mr. Chairman, is being misled. We want our questions answered, and I want them answered by the people that went out before the American people and sought to mislead them by blaming this on a video when there is no evidence, concrete or otherwise, to support the assertions made by this administration. Mr. Chairman, I just had a conversation with Jason Chaffetz out back, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. He still gets emotional talking about what he saw in Libya. There were 4 brave Americans who died under circumstances that we can scarcely fathom. The terror, the fear, the anarchy of being killed in that fashion. They did what their country asked them to do. They stood post under dangerous circumstances even after requests for security were denied. They stood their post. The least we can do is stand this meager post that we've been assigned and demand that this administration speak the truth to the people it's supposed to serve. This was never about a video. It was never spontaneous. This is terror. And I want to know why we were lied to. And I yield back. But I want to specifically address the family members that are here. There is no theory of the prosecution, Mr. Schiff, because there is no prosecution. There's a very big difference between a prosecution where you already have reached a conclusion and you're just trying to prove it to people. This is an investigation, which is why it's so sad that nowhere in that stack that you just put up there, where the emails of Secretary Clinton, the emails of the ambassador, 50,000 pages worth of documents, eyewitnesses, that's the real tragedy. To the family and the friends, when you're told that there have been 7 previous investigations in an ARB, you should immediately ask, why did you miss so many witnesses? Why did you miss so many documents? This is not a prosecution, Mr. Schiff. You and I are both familiar with them. I've reached no conclusions, and I would advise you to not reach any conclusions either until we reach the end. There are 20 more witnesses. So I'll agree not to reach any conclusions if you'll do the same. With that, Madam Secretary, regardless of where he ranked in the order of advisors, it is undisputed that a significant number of your emails were to or from a Sidney Blumenthal. Now, he did not work for the State Department. He didn't work for the U.S. government at all. He wanted to work for the State Department, but the White House said no to him. Do you recall who specifically at the White House rejected Sidney Blumenthal?
No, I do not.
After he was turned down for a job at the State Department by the White House, he went to work where?
I think he had a number of consulting contracts with different entities.
Well, he had a number of them. Do you recall any of them?
I know that he did some work for my husband.
Well, he worked for the Clinton Foundation.
That's correct.
Okay. He worked for Media Matters.
I'm sure he did.
He worked for Correct the Record.
I'm sure he did.
When you were asked about Sidney Blumenthal, you said he was an old friend who sent you unsolicited emails, which you passed on in some instances because you wanted to hear from people outside what you called the bubble.
we will ignore for a second whether or not Sidney Blumenthal is outside the bubble, but I do want to ask you about a couple of those other comments, because what you left out was that he was an old friend who knew absolutely nothing about Libya, was critical of President Obama and others that you work with, loved to send you political and image advice, had business interests in Libya, which he not only alerted you to, but solicited your help for. And you often forwarded his emails, but usually only after you redacted out any identifier so nobody knew where the information was coming from. What does the word unsolicited mean to you?
It means that I did not ask him to send me the information that he sent me. And as I have previously stated, some of it I found interesting, some of it I did not, some of it I forwarded, some of it I did not. I did not know anything about any business interests. I thought that, just as I said previously, newspaper articles, journalists, of which he is one, a former journalist, had some interesting insights. And so we took them on board and evaluated them, and some were helpful and others were not.
We're going to get to all the points you just made, but I want to start with your public comment that these emails were unsolicited. You wrote to him, "Another keeper, thanks and please keep them coming. Greetings from Kabul and thanks for keeping this stuff coming. Any other info about it? Question mark. What are you hearing now? Question mark. Got it. We'll follow up tomorrow. Anything else to convey? Question mark. Now that one is interesting because that was the very email where Mr. Blumenthal was asking you to intervene on behalf of a business deal that he was pursuing in Libya. What did you mean by what are you hearing now?
I have no idea, Congressman. They started out unsolicited, and as I said, some were of interest. I passed them on, and some were not. And so he continued to provide me information that was made available to him.
I don't want to parse words, and I don't want to be hyper-technical because it's not a huge point, but it is an important point. You didn't say they started off unsolicited. You said they were unsolicited.
Well, they were unsolicited, but obviously I did respond to some of them.
Well,
and I'm sure that encouraged him.
Anything else to convey? What are you hearing now? I'm going to Paris tomorrow with TNC leaders, so this and additional info useful. Still don't have electricity or BlackBerry coverage post Irene, so I've had to resort to my new iPad. Let me know if you received this. We'll talk about the new iPad in a little bit. Here's another one. This report is in part a response to your questions. That's an email from him to you. This report is in part a response to your questions. There'll be further information in the next day. If you're the one asking him for information, how does that square with the definition of unsolicited?
I said it began that way, Mr. Chairman, and I will add that both Chris Stevens and Gene Kretz found some of the information interesting, far more than I could, because they knew some of the characters who were being mentioned, and they were the ones, the kind of persons with the expertise that I asked to evaluate to see whether there was any useful information.
We're going to get to that in a second. Now, before you give Mr. Blumenthal too much credit, you agree he didn't write a single one of those cables or memos he sent you.
I'm sorry, what?
He didn't write a single one of those cables or memos.
I don't know who wrote them. He's the one who sent them to me.
Would you be surprised to know not a single one of those was from him?
I don't know where he got the information that he was sending to me.
Did you ask? You're sending me very specific, detailed intelligence. What is your source? That seems to me like a pretty good question.
I did learn later that he was talking to or sharing information from former American intelligence officials.
By the name of? Who wrote those cables?
I don't recall. I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
You had his information passed on to others, but at least on one occasion you asked Ms. Avenine, can you print without any identifiers? Why would you want his name removed?
Because I thought that it would be more important to just look at the substance and to make a determination as to whether or not there was anything to it.
Well, people have a right to know the source of the information so they can determine
But
credibility.
he wasn't, as you just said, the source of the information. That was.
But you didn't know that, Madam Secretary, and that's what you just said.
No, Mr. Chairman. I said that I knew that he didn't have the sources to provide that information. I knew he was getting it from somewhere else. Whether he knew a lot of journalists, he knew others in Washington. It could have been a variety of people.
Well, if you're going to determine credibility, don't you want to know the source?
Well, it wasn't credibility so much as trying to follow the threads that were mentioned about individuals. And as I already stated, some of it was useful and some of it was not.
Well, did the president know that Mr. Blumenthal was advising you?
He wasn't advising me. And,
you know that he was your most prolific emailer that we have found on the subjects of Libya and Benghazi.
That's because I didn't do most of my work.
That's fair. I'm not challenging that, Madam Secretary. I am not challenging that. All I'm telling you is the documents show he was your most prolific emailer on Libya and Benghazi. And my question to you is, did the president, the same White House that said you can't handle him, can't hire him, did he know that he was advising you?
He was not advising me, and I have no reason to have ever mentioned that or know that the president knew that.
All right, I want to draw your attention to an email about Libya from Mr. Blumenthal to you, dated April 2011. It will be Exhibit 67. And this is informative. Should we pass on, and in parentheticals, unidentified to the White House? If you're going to pass something on to the White House, why would you take off the identifiers?
Because it was important to evaluate the information, and from a lot of intelligence that I have certainly reviewed over the years, you often don't have the source of the intelligence. You look at the intelligence and you try to determine whether or not it is credible, whether it can be followed up on.
Well, I'm going to accept the fact that you and I come from different backgrounds, because I can tell you that an unsourced comment could never be uttered in any courtroom. We're
not talking about courtrooms, Mr. Chairman. We're talking about intelligence.
No, we're talking about credibility and the ability to assess who a source is and whether or not that source has ever been to Libya, knows anything about Libya, or has business interest in Libya, all of which would be important if you were going to determine the credibility, which I think is why you probably took his information off of what you sent to the White House. But here's another possible explanation that may give us a sense of why maybe the White House didn't want you to hire him in the first place. In one email, he wrote this about President Secretary of Defense. I infer Gates' problem is losing an internal debate. Tyler, and by the way, Tyler Stoddard Drumheller, that's who actually authored the cables that you got from Mr. Blumenthal. Tyler knows him well and says he's a mean, vicious little, I'm not going to say the word, but he did. This is an email from Blumenthal to you about the President, Secretary of Defense. And here's another Blumenthal email to you about President's National Security Advisor. Frankly, Tom Donilon's babbling rhetoric about narratives on the phone briefing of reporters on March the 10th has inspired derision among serious foreign policy analysts, both here and abroad. And here's another one from what you say is your old friend, Sidney Blumenthal. This is a quote from him. I would say Obama, and by the way, he left the president part out. I would say Obama appears to be intent on seizing defeat from the jaws of victory. He and his political cronies in the White House in Chicago are, to say the least, unenthusiastic about regime change in Libya. Obama's lukewarm and self-contradicting statements have produced what is, at least for the moment, operational paralysis. I think that may give us a better understanding of why the White House may have told you you cannot hire him. Blumenthal could not get hired by our government, didn't pass any background check at all, had no role with our government, had never been to Libya, had no expertise in Libya, was critical of the president and others that you worked with, shared polling data with you on the intervention in Libya, gave you political advice on how to take credit for Libya, all the while working for the Clinton Foundation and some pseudo news entities. And Madam Secretary, he had unfettered access to you. And he used that access, at least on one occasion, to ask you to intervene on behalf of a business venture. Do you recall that?
You know, Mr. Chairman, if you don't have any friends who say unkind things privately, I congratulate you. But from my perspective,
I'd like to think I correct them.
I don't know what this line of questioning does to help us get to the bottom of the deaths for Americans.
I'll be happy to help you understand that, Madam Secretary.
But I want to reiterate what I said to Congresswoman Sanchez. These were originally unsolicited. You've just said that perhaps the main, if not the exclusive author, was a former intelligence agent for our country, rose to the highest levels of the CIA, and who was given credit for being one of the very few who pointed out that the intelligence used by the Bush administration to go to war in Iraq was wrong. So I think that, you know, the sharing of information from an old friend that I did not take at face value, that I sent on to those who were experts, is something that, you know, makes sense, but it was certainly not in any way the primary source of or the predominant understanding that we had of what was going on in Libya and what we needed to be doing.
Well, Madam Secretary, I'm out of time, and we'll pick this back up the next round, but I'll go ahead and let you know ahead of time why it's relevant. It's relevant because our ambassador was asked to read and respond to Sidney Blumenthal's drivel. It was sent to him to read and react to. In some instances, the very same day he was asking for security. So I think it is eminently fair to ask why Sidney Blumenthal had unfettered access to you, Madam Secretary, with whatever he wanted to talk about.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bendy, I had a series of questions for you that I'll submit to you in writing. I'm going to have to deviate from what I'd planned to do because of the ranking member's opening statement, which I found instructive, if not predictable. So I want us to summarize for just a second. Secretary Clinton said she followed all State Department rules and regulations, but the truth is she did not. Secretary Clinton said her unique email arrangement was approved by the State Department, but it was not. Secretary Clinton said she used one device for convenience, but she did not. Secretary Clinton said she did not send or receive classified material, but she did. She said she turned over all of her work-related emails, but she did not. She said her attorneys personally reviewed each email, but they did not. So when faced with a series of demonstrably false statements, utterly impeached by both fact and logic, the ranking member did what lots of criminal defense attorneys do, which is blame the investigator. And when that didn't work, they throw the Hail Mary pass of all criminal defense attorneys. Other people did it too. Which brings me to General Colin Powell, one of the most respected people in our country's history. You know, Secretary Clinton told the FBI, and I'll concede, she says different things to the public than she says to the FBI, but she told the FBI that Colin Powell's advice had nothing to do with her decision to set up her unique email arrangement with herself. Now, I'm going to say that again in case anybody missed it. Secretary Clinton told the FBI, under penalty of not telling the truth, that Colin Powell's advice, email, had nothing to do with her decision to set up that unique email arrangement with herself.
Now, I will say this in defense of Mr. Cummings. I understand why he may not believe her. I understand that. I understand why he may have credibility issues with anything that the secretary said. I get that. But I think it would have been fair when you were using your opening to criticize Colin Powell to at least point out the person you're trying to defend doesn't even say Colin Powell was the impetus behind her decision to have that unique email arrangement with herself. So let me ask you this. Secretary Clinton was asked, because she frequently says 90 to 95% of her emails were in the State Department system. Have you heard her say that?
Sir, I can't recall.
Well, it won't take you long to find it. She says it a lot, or she said it a lot. And then she was asked, who told you that? Who told you that 90 to 95% of your emails were in the State Department system? You may find her answer interesting. We learned that from the State Department and their analysis of the emails that were already on the system. We were trying to help them close some gaps. I like the word gaps. I guess if you consider the Grand Canyon to be a gap, and yes, there were some gaps in her email. Did you have 90 or 95% of her emails on your system?
Again, sir, the only emails we would have is what has been provided recently, which was that 55,000 that we got.
Well, no, I'm going back before that, Mr. Finney. She said you already had them before she gave them to you. You already had 90 to 95%. Was that true?
Again, sir, the emails that we're looking at, talking about the state.gov emails, she did not have a state.gov account. And as far as the emails that we received from her came at that time frame when it was turned to the department and it was processed by a bureau.
But she made this contention before she ever returned them. She said you already had 90 to 95%. She was just helping you fill in some gaps. If you had 90 to 95%, why weren't you complying with FOIA?
Again, sir, what I have in our system is what received by a bureau.
Let me see if I can put that in South Carolina terms that I can understand. If she said that you already had 90 to 95% of her emails before she ever returned them, that ain't true.
Sir, if I may say this, unless she's talking about the files that were sent to other individuals within the State Department, sent to their state.gov account.
Well, how does that capture personal to personal emails? And how about the 14,000 that she didn't turn over? Did you have those?
Again, sir, what you're talking about here.
Oh, I understand her position. The fact that I didn't keep them doesn't mean that whoever I sent it to didn't keep it. I get that. What if it's private to private? How are you supposed to have Sidney Blumenthal's emails if it's private account to private account? How do you have that?
Sir, if you look at what we are doing today, in accordance to the Federal Records Act of 2014 that was amended, it requires that if an employee uses their Gmail account or private issued account, they're required by law to send that email to their state.gov account. That was amended in 2014, and that is what I'm briefing in the State Department reached today.
It sounds like it was a couple years too late, but I'm out of time.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize.
Agent Herring, did the FBI interview the sender of all emails that contain classified information?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question, only because I'm a alleged affairs guy. I was on the investigative team.
Can you find out? You would agree with me it'd be important. I mean, you'd want to interview the person who sent the classified information, right?
Certainly.
Because the recipient thought the C was just the third letter in the alphabet. You might be curious whether or not the sender also was clueless in the way he or she viewed classified information, would you not?
That would be a logical investigative step.
Can you find out whether or not you interviewed the sender of all emails that contain classified information?
Certainly.
Do you know if the sender of any of the classified emails knew that the information was classified at the time?
I don't personally know that. I wasn't part of the investigative team. I'm sure that.
Can you find out?
Certainly.
Can you find out for me?
Yes, sir.
There are folks wondering how information gets from a classified source into an email. Did your investigation shed any light on how classified information could get from a classified system into an unclassified email to even be sent? I'm not even talking about the receiving of it. I'm talking about the sending of it.
I'm sure they did look at that. That would be sort of a logical question you would ask as an investigator in a case like this.
That's what I thought.
But in my legislative sort of affairs capacity, I just don't have that kind of business.
Well, don't say so sure. You used to be an agent, right? Still an agent, right? So you know what you're doing. Did the FBI grant immunity to anyone during the course of this investigation?
For immunity questions, I'd have to defer to the Department of Justice for that. It wouldn't be an agent who would grant that kind of thing.
Did the Bureau recommend the granting of immunity?
I do not know.
Do you know whether the Department of Justice granted immunity to any witnesses?
I know I saw some articles last week, but that's the extent of.
Well, surely you have better sources than the media for that, don't you? You can ask the guy sitting 2 people down from you.
I would have to defer to the Department of Justice, sir.
Do you know whether any witnesses asserted any privileges while they were being interviewed?
I don't know.
But the Bureau would know that, right? Because they would have asserted the privilege while you were in there.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, the Bureau would know that, right? Because that privilege would have been asserted perhaps while you were in there conducting the interview.
What kind of privilege are you talking about, like attorney-client privilege?
Oh, there are a bunch of privileges. There's priest-penitent. I'm guessing that one didn't come up. There's doctor-patient. I'm guessing that one didn't come up. There's the Fifth Amendment privilege against incrimination. That one might have come up. Attorney-client privilege. Again, there have been media reports that one came up.
Sorry, I just don't know the answer to those questions.
Have you ever had the attorney-client privilege come up during any of your investigations?
Certainly.
Who does the privilege belong to?
The client.
So the client can waive it, right?
Can.
You understand why Congress might want to know whether or not the attorney-client privilege was waived and who the client was?
I can certainly imagine.
Yeah, me too. That's why we want to see the file, Agent. I mean, you say it's unprecedented. Mr. Cummings used to be a criminal defense attorney. He got to see all your 302s. Ken Buck used to be an assistant United States attorney. He got to see all your 302s. Probation officers get to see all your 302s. Why can't Congress?
Sir, I think we have tried to provide the information in a way that is understandable. I think the investigative summary tells kind of the story. And I do think that the 302s that we provided are the important ones.
Well, let me ask you this. If those summaries were all anyone ever needed, why don't you just introduce those in trial? Why actually call the witness?
Well, certainly we were actually trying to make your life a bit easier in the light of the
But see, I don't want my life being made easier. I don't want that. I want to know what was said in the 302s. Because the 302 is itself a summary of an interview, right? It's not a verbatim transcript.
That's correct.
So you have given me the summary of an interview. And I'm not asking for a verbatim transcript because you don't have one. I'm just asking for the 302. So I don't have to read your summary. I may read the 302 differently from the way you read it. So why not?
I think we've given you the relevant ones as we've
relevant according to whom? I am telling you, I don't think you've given me all the relevant 302s.
Well, the remainder of the 302s will come out through the FOIA process.
But since when did Congress have to go through FOIA to obtain 302s from an investigation that's not even resulting in any prosecutions that your boss has already said is over? Since when did we have to go through FOIA?
So I think that the 302s we have provided, I think that we made a principled decision about what to provide. It was certainly made at the highest levels of my agency.
All right, I'm out of time. That's what that knocking sounds. I'm just going to say with all due respect, you don't get to decide what we think is relevant. And I do say that respectfully. The defense attorneys get it all. I think Congress ought to get it all. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, as you know, I'm not a physician, which is why I was consulting with one, and I'm not an expert in economics like Mr. Meadows and Mr. Mulvaney. But I am trying to understand, Ms. Bresch, maybe you can help me walk through the different chains of delivery for name brand drugs versus authorized generics. From the manufacturer to the patient, what is the difference in the chain of delivery?
Do you mean in the product or how it's distributed?
Distributed.
So the supply chain for a generic is different than the supply chain for a brand. Primarily,
Authorized generic.
the authorized generic and a generic would be the same channel.
Okay.
So the distribution channels do differ, primarily given the fact that generics are for the retail pharmacy. So there's the supply chain from a pharmacy manager, or the formularies differ quite a bit from the brand to the generic.
Well, that leads me to another question. I'm sure there's a really obvious answer, but given my background, I don't know what it would be. Why don't pharmacies just deal with the manufacturer? If a doctor has to write a prescription and a pharmacist knows what the prescription is for, why is there a middle person in the delivery of drugs?
So, sir, for many of on the generics, for many there we do deal directly with pharmacies, whether they're large chains or if they're independents and have buying.
I guess that's my point. If you can do it for generics and authorized generics, why not for name brands too?
Because most of America falls under a formulary, a payers, and pharmacy benefit managers manage those formularies for insurers or for employers. So they manage what products can be, it's tiered. They decide what products can be on a tier 2 or a tier 3. So whether it's preferred or not preferred. So they serve as an administrator for most employers.
The drug middleman serves as an administrator?
As far as deciding what products are on that they'll reimburse for, or what rate they'll reimburse for them.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it theoretically possible that your profit margin could increase with an authorized generic as opposed to the name brand drug?
No, sir, it will be considerably less.
Walk me through how that would be. You're cutting out the middleman, but yet you're making less money. How?
So there's still fees and rebates and discounts on the generic side and the generic channel. They're just not as significant. So we set a wholesale acquisition price at $300, and we estimated that our net, what would come to Mylan would be $200. After you take cost of goods out of that and EpiPen related costs, it will certainly be less than $50 that we talked about today around the profit per pen that Mylan receives on the brand.
All right, I think you answered this question, but I want you to do it again for me just because it's important. I want this to be on the record. Tell me walk me through the cost all the way down to what Mylan gets for treating it as a name brand versus treating it as an authorized generic.
Sure. So this is the math of, you can see the wholesale acquisition, the Mylan revenue of $274 minus cost of goods, minus the direct cost, which is the $100 or $50 per pen. And what we've said for the generic, is that the wholesale acquisition would be at $300. Mylan received $200 less cost of goods, less EpiPen related cost. So it will be substantially less than the $50 of profit per pen that we receive on the brand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do something that I have not seen done in the 5 years I've been here. Peter Welch is one of the more level-headed, reasonable-minded, one of the more decent human beings that you will meet in public service. You have managed to even get him upset. Getting Mr. Cummings and I upset is not as much of a challenge. Getting Peter Welch upset is, and I think what upsets him is when you have a fact pattern of someone spying on another person while they are taking a shower. You don't need a policy change and you don't need a new memo. You need handcuffs and a trip to the sex offender registry. That's what you need. So, Ms. Martin, you said a couple of things in your statement that resonated with me. You said it is a deep, conflicted, and risky decision for me to come forward and speak up today. And you said many women feel shame and fear of coming forward to report misconduct and cannot bring themselves to be the ones who have the difficult and painful task of speaking up. Here's what I want you to help me do. I want the fear and the difficulty and the pain to belong to the perpetrator, not the victim. So I want you to tell us much about your fact pattern, your story. And I want you to stop and cite all those instances where something more could have been and should have been done. And do it on behalf of the women who maybe don't have the ability to speak up like you do.
Thank you, Congressman, for this opportunity. It is a very painful and conflicted position that I'm in right now. This happened. I was a victim of Peeping Tom at Grand Canyon in 1987. It was a very difficult and painful experience for me. I reported it to 2 supervisors immediately that first day that I was able to positively identify a park ranger in uniform that was peering through my bathroom window. I reported it to 2 supervisors, visibly shaken. It was very, very difficult for me to do. It was very embarrassing. I didn't think anybody would actually even believe me that something like this had happened to me. I was given options. I could say nothing and move on. I could file an EEO complaint or a criminal complaint. I had to think about that for a couple of days as to how I wanted to proceed. I was just starting my career in the federal service in my early 20s, and I just did not want to make this an issue. I just did not want to come forward and admitting a complaint like this early in my career and be labeled as a troublemaker. In the end, what I agreed to was a conference or a sit down with the 2 supervisors that I reported this to, along with the perpetrator. He apologized to me. He assured me that this had never happened before and that it'll never happen again. And so for me, this has been with me my entire career. And so when I think of zero tolerance, I think this is where this was the hardest part for me, it just did not feel like zero tolerance for me. I've had to live with this a long time. This particular individual continued to be moved through the Park Service and just recently retired. So for me, I believe that this was the tipping point for me to come forward and tell my story, that this is why I could no longer remain silent. There's a lot of other women out there that I represent that these very same things have happened, or very similar things, and they just fear that management will not take action, and then we become victims again for coming forward.
So the perpetrator went on and finished his career with the Park Service and is now enjoying the perks of his retirement?
That's my understanding.
Well, I'll just say this. You should never have to choose between your career and justice, ever. You should be able to pursue both of them with all the vigor in the world. So I'm sorry it happened to you, and I appreciate the courage it takes to come and share your story. I want to thank you for your patience this morning. I'm last. I'm gonna bounce to a couple of different topics.
So, if it's confusing, it's only because of the question. So we're going to start with visas and schools. Would it be helpful to your student visa fraud enforcement efforts if all schools that accept foreign students were required to be accredited?
It makes a difference, sir, of course. Makes a difference to have accredited institutions that will be partners with us in our efforts to keep track of students who are coming in from foreign countries.
How much of an issue has it been, or have you seen these kind of visa mills where you bring students here with no expectation that they actually pursue an education?
Well, we had a tremendous case announced that I was there at the press conference with my counterpart, with my former colleague, Paul Fishman, the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, where we brought down a university that was just a academic mill. Very proud of that work done by our Homeland Security investigation agents who had a elaborate undercover operation going on, and there were multiple, 18, 19, for example, for some reason coming to mind, people that were involved in that. It's a matter we take great interest in and focus our investigations on.
But I'm going to ask you about two reports, and then you can tell me whether the reporting is accurate, and if so, if there's an explanation what that may be. There's a report that you have asked for less money for alien detention and less money for fugitive operations. Is it true that your request was for less money, and if so, why?
My request?
Yes,
I think the Department of Homeland Security submits a broad request for all agencies. Obviously, they consult with all of us, but I would not have asked for less money in those areas.
Okay. There's another report that at least in previous years, occasionally, ICE attorneys would not appear for hearings in front of judges. And that probably strikes you and I as being unusual, that the government attorney would not be there. Have you heard that? Was it a practice? Is it still a practice?
That is an issue that I'm sure would have come to my attention if it were in any way systemic. Has one missed a hearing here or there? I wouldn't be apprised of that, but I assure you that I have met so many of these attorneys, I can't imagine that being a practice and a report that's really valid. I'm not familiar with the report you're talking about, but our lawyers wouldn't just ignore a court setting.
Well, that's why I ask, and I'll make no
I've been to one.
I gotta go make dinner because it's 5:30 down here.
Check to see
I gotta go to the grocery store.
It's currently an issue.
Will you be around?
It is hard for
Yeah, I'll probably leave this on as I very often do. Someone is trying to call in. I don't know who that is, but try reply.
Last two
All right,
issues.
I'll see you, Steph. It was nice catching up.
Nice catching up with you too. Bye bye.
In Texas, it is really hard for the people we represent.
All right, person who's trying to call in, try to
of what they perceive to be a federal government that is willing to get involved in certain state and local issues.
Refresh.
Not being animated about jurisdictions that consider themselves sanctuary cities. So I heard you say you're working on it. Other than the power of persuasion, which may not work, what tools do you need to be able to?
Oh my God, you fucking idiot! You still haven't fixed your microphone.
Well, I know that I'm going to have to tout our success, though, Congressman, with respect to the 17 of the 25 that I targeted, the 25 that had the most impact on our declined detainers. We have 17 working in a very robust manner with us. So the Secretary did something right in his communications with local law enforcement in different places that he went to, as the deputy and myself personally did. But I believe our message is getting through. I think that's an indication of our message getting through, that there are real problems, not the least of which is the safety of our officers who are going out there to make apprehensions because we couldn't get the cooperation of a local jail to turn over folks. But we continue in our work. I think there's some communities that I'm just not sure we're ever going to get to the point we need to get to, but we're going to keep trying, all of us. I have that specific instruction from the secretary.
All right, last question. Zabadas. There are not that many things on Capitol Hill that are bipartisan, but dealing with the decision in Zabadas would be one of them. I've had a number of my friends on the other side of the aisle have constituents impacted by that Supreme Court decision. What can we do, or what can you and I and you in Congress do together? It is impossible to explain to constituents why in some instances countries who benefit from foreign aid from us will not accept their foreign nationals back. It is just hard to explain that. So what do we need to do to get the State Department more fully engaged so it's not you and me answering the question, because it's really up to them. So what can Congress do about Zabadas?
Okay, well, I see two different issues here. One is the work with these countries that are not taking their people back, and the other one is the decision that compels us to release people. Sir, I've read that decision. I don't know if you have. It is very legal in nature, but the bottom line there is the constitutional concerns of holding somebody indefinitely when there is little chance that we're going to be able to return them to their countries. You're right. None of our people like doing that, and it hurts us in our heart of hearts that is the deal. But I am happy to consider and work with you any options that you have with respect to those countries. I am working diligently with Michelle Baum, the Chief of Consular Affairs. She has really taken a personal interest and made a commitment to me that we're going to take a look at each one of these countries and do what we can. The world is a complicated place, as you know, and I would not put myself in the shoes of the Department of State to know all the ramifications of a sanctions decision, for example, against a country with whom our relationship is complex, to say the least. And I don't know all those ramifications. All I know is that I have a difficult problem to deal with, and she is working with me at Department of State to try to get to a better place than we are today.
Well, with the indulgence of my friend from California, because this is a bipartisan issue, Congresswoman Lofgren and I have discussed it. Congressman Courtney as an issue, Congressman Welch on the other side of the aisle. What is the dominant explanation given from countries who will not accept their nationals? But what is their excuse for not doing so?
Quite frankly, in many instances, there is no explanation. Some of the factors are instability of a country. I mean, what do we do with Syrians? You know, returning them to the country. That country is in the throes of terrible turmoil. So often it's instability. It's a claim that our proof of citizenship is not sufficient, even though we believe it is. It's the lack of records, and the lack of records kept by certain governments, that they just don't value record keeping the way we do. And so establishing citizenship becomes a problem. It's a varied picture of things that are brought up to us as to why they will not accept their people back.
All right, I would. What's the penalty for crossing a border unlawfully?
I would defer to the Department of Justice on any.
Well, let's try it this way. Who has exclusive jurisdiction over immigration cases?
Again, it's outside of my lane, but I would say it's CBP or ICE.
So it'd be federal. It's exclusively federal.
Yes, sir.
Both, and they're really, unless you can think of something I can't think of, it's either
crossing a border unlawfully or overstaying a visa will be about the only ways you could get in the country unlawfully. Only ways I can think of. You either cross one of our territorial boundaries or you're invited in and you overstay your visa. And those are both exclusively federal. But I think you'll agree with me that almost all of our interactions in life are with state and local law enforcement. It's not an FBI agent who stops us for speeding. It's not an ATF agent who is working the bar scene. So if most of our citizen police encounters are state and local, and yet immigration is exclusively federal, how are the federal officers supposed to know about folks who are not here lawfully?
Sir, the Department of Homeland Security has the PET program, which I am not at liberty to speak on. But I would say if Congress passed a law that commandeered every local police officer and wanted to pay for that, then I think we would welcome it.
When you say, well, commandeer is such a pejorative word, how about we just say cooperate? I mean, you don't commandeer people for your terrorism task forces, do you? You don't commandeer people for your narcotics task forces, do you? It's called cooperation. And yet you have a policy that says that the police department members shall not make inquiries into an individual's immigration status. What do you mean by inquiries?
Sir, if there's a criminal in New Orleans and an officer interacts with that person and there's a criminal warrant, that person...
See, I don't know what you mean by criminal. You mean if the person has, if there's probable cause to believe that an offense was committed, or if there's already an outstanding warrant?
If there's a state, federal, or local warrant, or probable cause that an officer observes conduct that's criminal, they will arrest the person.
All right, and then they can inquire as to the person's status.
Our officers under this policy do not inquire about a person's immigration status.
They can or cannot?
Under this policy, they do not inquire about a person's immigration status.
Why not?
Because we believe, one, this follows federal law, and two...
How are the federal law enforcement officers supposed to know who is here unlawfully if your officers don't inquire? They're not the ones that are interacting with them. They're not enforcing traffic laws. They don't respond to domestic violence calls. The FBI doesn't have jurisdiction over that. That would be your state and local officers. So how is that supposed to happen?
So I think your concerns are with the broader system and with this policy. In New Orleans, we arrest every criminal that we interact with. We bring them to the jail.
I love the way you phrase that. You arrest every criminal you interact with. They're only a criminal after they've had a jury trial, Mr. Butterworth. They're a suspect up until that point.
Right.
Mr. Horowitz, if their original policy was okay, why did they revise it?
I don't know the answer to that question, Mr. Chairman. You'd have to ask the Civil Rights.
Well, you're a good lawyer, Mr. Horowitz. If the original contract was fine, you usually don't draft another one unless you just love paying lawyers. I mean, if your original indictment was okay, did you have a superseding indictment?
Generally not.
No, you don't. So if the original policy is fine, why did we get this brand new policy?
Well, obviously our memorandum outlining concerns we had about the provision that then existed may well have triggered the revisions.
I hate to be cynical, but I think you're right. Ms. Cooper, you said you were a prosecutor. That was a question I got way back in time that I never really had a good answer for. Whenever a family member who lost a loved one to an act of violence, to someone who was out on bond, would ask me, why was that person out of jail? I never really had a good answer. I mean, you can cite the Constitution that you're really entitled to bond in some circumstances, but that's kind of a hollow explanation. So what would the explanation be to those who have lost loved ones to violent crime for people who are here unlawfully and the federal government knows it?
There is, for somebody who's been accused of a violent crime, the NOPD is absolutely entitled and in its authority to prosecute to the law to the fullest. And there's nothing.
No. You're either missing my point inadvertently or you're missing my point intentionally. I realize you prosecute people after the homicide. I'm trying to figure out how to prevent the homicide. What is the explanation for why the person wasn't dealt with before the murder?
Well, let me just again make clear that the reason we undertook the policy was to ensure that NOPD could fight violent crime, could get the kind of critical information from victims and witnesses who need to share critical crime information with the NOPD in order to solve and prevent violent crime.
Well, Ms. Gupta, you and I both know that we rely on all sorts of witnesses, some of whom, frankly, expose themselves to criminal liability in the process of cooperating. So the notion that you have to give amnesty to people before they will cooperate with law enforcement has not been my experience. But Attorney General Landry, I'm out of time. You asked the question, how do you answer it when family members ask you, why was this person not dealt with before they committed the act of violence? I never really had a good answer to that one.
Unfortunately, I've had to answer that question in Louisiana here lately. And the best way I answer them is that our system in this country is broken.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging progress. I think it's important that we do so. This morning, we've had 9 straight Democrats talk to the FBI about emails without asking for immunity. That's a record. And I suspect the reason that they have not asked for immunity from Director Comey is they would say they've done nothing wrong. I find that interesting because that's exactly what Heather Samuelson and Cheryl Mills' attorneys said. In fact, I said it just a few days ago, and I'll quote it. The FBI considered my clients to be witnesses and nothing more. And then Ms. Mills and Ms. Samuelson's attorney said this. I think this is the most interesting part. The Justice Department assured us my clients did nothing wrong. Well, Mr. Chairman, if you're assuring subjects or targets or what witnesses, whatever you want to call them, that they've done nothing wrong, it does beg the question, what are you seeking and receiving immunity from? I mean, if you've done nothing wrong, laptops don't go to the Bureau of Prisons, Mr. Chairman. People do. So the immunity was not for the laptop. The immunity was for Cheryl Mills. And if the judge says you've done nothing wrong, it does beg the question of why you are seeking or receiving immunity. And it could be, Mr. Chairman, for a couple of different, it could be for the classified information that was the genesis of the investigation. It could be for the destruction of federal records came from that initial investigation, or it could be both. Mr. Comey, I want to ask you this. Did the Bureau interview everyone who originated an email that ultimately went to Secretary Clinton that contained classified information?
I don't think so. Nearly everyone, but not everyone.
Well, you and I had a discussion the last time about intent. You and I see the statute differently. My opinion doesn't matter. Yours does. You're the head of the Bureau. But in my judgment, you add an element into the statute that does not appear on the face of the statute. And then we had a discussion about intent. So why would you not interview the originator of the email to, number one, determine whether or not that originator had a conversation with the secretary herself?
For a handful of people who the team decided it wasn't a smart use of resources to track down. One was a civilian in Japan, as I recall, who had forwarded something that somehow got classified as it went up. The other were a group of low-level State Department people deployed around the world who had written things that ended up being classified. Nearly everyone was interviewed, but there was a small group that the team decided it isn't worth the resources.
Well, to that extent, if you interviewed the overwhelming majority of the originators of the email, will you make those 302s available to Congress? Because I counted this morning 30-something 302s that we do not have.
Okay, I'll go back and check. My goal is maximum transparency, consistent with our obligations under the law. I'll check on that.
Well, and I appreciate it for this reason. Intent is awfully hard to prove. Very rarely do defendants announce ahead of time, I intend to commit this crime on this date. Go ahead and check the code section. I'm going to do it. That rarely happens. So you have to prove by circumstantial evidence, such as whether or not the person intended to set up an email system outside the State Department.
such as whether or not the person knew or should have known that his or her job involved handling classified information, whether or not the person was truthful about the use of multiple devices, whether or not the person knew that a frequent emailer to her had been hacked, whether she took any remedial steps after being put on notice that your email or someone who's been emailing with you prolifically had been hacked, and whether or not, and I think you would agree with this, Director, false exculpatory statements are gold in a courtroom. I would rather
David Knight for Infowars.com. We've just learned that Donald Trump has made a choice for Department of Education, picking Betsy DeVos, I guess is how you pronounce her name. I should have looked that up before I started the video, but she's somebody who's well known in Michigan, not very well known throughout the rest of the country. New York Post focuses on her being named a national leader in the school choice movement and calls her a GOP megadonor and philanthropist. Well, her husband, she's a billionaire. Her husband is an heir to the Amway fortune. She has been involved a great deal in Michigan. And that's one of the things that troubled a lot of people within the last 24 hours as her name started to be circulated. I want to look in detail at an article from Breitbart that talks about what we might expect from her with Common Core. But before I do, let me get a little bit philosophical here for a moment and point out that the Department of Education should not exist. It is something that was created in the late 70s under the Carter administration. Ronald Reagan campaigned on the promise to kill the Department of Education. It was unconstitutional. He knew it. The voters knew it. He betrayed that promise. He grew it into a mature organization within his 8 years. There is no role for the federal government in education. And we've seen all kinds of mischief done by the Department of Education. They're the ones who are behind a lot of the social engineering that's been done in our schools. And of course, we've seen schools devolve from control at the local community level with parents working in the local community. We've seen that evolve from there to the state, from the state to the federal government. Increasingly, we're having a one-size-fits-all nationally being applied. No, there should be thousands of different models of how to educate children so we can determine which one is going to work and which one isn't. And of course, one size is not going to fit all. Parents and the community should decide that, not the state, and there is no constitutional legal authority for the federal government to be involved there whatsoever. But of course, Donald Trump is not a constitutionalist. He's not going to take a look at that. He's going to be a pragmatist. So what did we get from this particular pick, knowing that we are going to have a Department of Education, that we're not going to return back to a constitutional government in that respect? What we got from this, and this is a detailed article from Breitbart, talking about essentially going back to some things said by Indiana activists, by Michigan activists who know this lady very well. They say that the transition team, and this is written before the pick was made official, is that they may be ignoring the concerns of the most popular movement American politics has seen since Reagan. Parents and teachers. It's not just parents. It's not just people who are conservatives. No, it's people on the left and the right. It is parents and teachers who hate Common Core. See, Common Core is the essence of what can go wrong with centralized control of education. And so also that she has not only just been somebody who has been in favor of school choice, we'll talk about that here in just a moment, in terms of charter schools. So we'll talk about charter schools in just a moment, but let's talk about Common Core first. And about her connections with politics. Where has she been living in Michigan? Because she has been head of the Michigan GOP. As I pointed out, she's a billionaire on her husband's inheritance. She's been living there. She's been working with Jeb Bush, with his foundation's board of directors. And of course, Jeb Bush has pushed Common Core very heavily. He talked about in the debates how he defunded some of that, but he gave 30 times that amount with his private foundations to promote Common Core. Then he pulled back with the state of Florida when he was governor. Now they point out, and they name names, Tony Bennett, for example, people who had worked with Bush. They said all these candidates predictably support progressive education in general, Common Core in particular. Indeed, Bennett was booted out of his position as Indiana State School Superintendent for the very reason that he supported Common Core. As I point out, both parents and teachers hate this, and with good reason. We've done many reports on Common Core. But let's talk about the other connections she has. She's connected not only to the Bushes, but this pick for the Department of Education, for Trump's Department of Education, is also connected to the Clinton Foundation. Her family, the billionaires, have donated between $60,000 and $130,000 directly to the Clinton Foundation. The family that her husband runs has donated $700,000 to Bill Clinton for speeches. Does this sound familiar? This is the person that we're looking at for Department of Education. And also, she was an at-large delegate for John Kasich. Remember, he won the primary in Ohio. She was going to go to the Republican Party convention as a delegate for John Kasich. And they point out that John Kasich is an ardent supporter of Common Core, just like Jeb Bush.
I want to thank the listeners and viewers of InfoWars. On this Thanksgiving and this Black Friday that's coming, shipping store.
Rob Dew with Infowars.com, and I want to weigh in on the Hamilton controversy because I'm sick of hearing about it, for one, and I'd hope to put it to bed with this statement. But first, let's look at what Hamilton star Brandon Dixon said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence back on November 18th.
Guests in the audience this evening. And Vice President-elect Pence, I see you talking about insurance. Just a few more moments. There's nothing to do with it, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing to do with it. We're all here sharing story of love. We have a message for you, sir. We hope that you will hear us out. And I encourage everybody to pull out your phones and tweet and post this message to be spread far and wide, okay? Vice President-elect Pence, we welcome you and we truly thank you for joining us here at Hamilton and American Music. We really do. We, sir, we are the diverse America who are alarmed and anxious that your new administration will not protect us. Children, our parents, or defend us and uphold our inalienable rights, sir. This show has inspired you to uphold our American values and to work on behalf of all of us. it's not that complicated, right? That's the loophole that could allow Bernie to become president. So, yeah, I read that inbox.
You are so smart, Tank.
Okay, well, yeah, keep saying it. So, wait, who is this?
What? No.
Okay, who let this guy out?
Sean, thanks for having me back on. It's good to be here.
Okay, very funny, right? Oh, surprise, Karen. Who is this?
Way.
Huh?
Like way.
What do you mean? Your producer called me to come on the show.
Alex. Of course, it's Alex Jones. Okay, listen, we've been down this road before. This is my show. No one invited you. We're trying to have reasonable discussion.
This is Chank's show, you show crashing fat.
No, my friend. I have it right here. I have the email where you invited me to come on.
Okay, it's not even true. All you're doing is lying. This isn't your fucking show. It's bullshit.
Is this a joke or something? Because, hey, Nico, can you pull?
She wins Florida, then it's over. Okay, that means very likely she's won Pennsylvania.
No.
And she's going to be over 300 electoral votes.
No.
That doesn't necessarily mean landslide, but it means a comfortable win. What is the percentage?
49.8 to 2.5 points, 2.4 point lead for Hillary.
She has a 2.4 point lead. Everybody.
Yes.
Don't panic. She's here comes Hillary. And just what's on the board, Ben?
Well, Hillary Clinton has scored 21 straight points.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to give you one more thing here. By the way, right now, you're talking about early results. Mississippi leaning Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You think?
New York,
Clinton. Donald Trump has lost his home state. He lost his home state. Yeah. How can he possibly win? Okay, I feel better about Florida than I do about Virginia. .61% chance of winning for Donald Trump.
This is insane. This is
Okay.
insane.
We got
87% chance that the Republicans are going to keep the Senate, in which case they would have Trump, the Senate, and the House.
and the Supreme Court.
Oh, no, the Supreme Court.
And the Supreme Court.
We won't switch it over for the first time in an entire generation to liberal. And just
Okay, guys, man, it's doomsday scenario here. They now have Trump at 64% chance of winning.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Almighty.
I mean, yeah. So we're in bad shape. But
And you got fooled by a simpleton who uses simple sentences that appeal to you. I don't think America realizes that if this guy wins, we're in a world of trouble, every single one of us, including the people who voted against their best interests tonight.
oh wow. For the Trump presidency, brace for impact. New York Times now saying the chance of a Trump presidency is 92%. Brace for impact.
Fox News is called North Carolina.
Fox News is called North Carolina. I was going to call North Carolina earlier. North Carolina is gone. So that those dreams are at an end. So she still has a chance. It's not a good one. We'll take a quick break.
Fox is called Wisconsin for Trump.
Really?
Yes, really.
Back on the Young Turks election coverage in a night that appears to be the Young Turks election coverage. Break ahead of time.
Fox is called Wisconsin for Trump.
Really?
Yes, really.
Back on the Young Turks election coverage in a night that appears to be absolutely disastrous. But right now, we don't have good news really almost anywhere in those states that they absolutely need. And so, but now 90% reporting in Ohio, and he has a 9-point lead in Ohio. 9 points. 9 points.
But at the same time, tens of millions of Americans are totally fine with a man who's driven almost purely by racism and sexism and Islamophobia, of hatred of everyone unlike him, And they want that. They went to vote for.
9.
It's peanuts.
All right. Ben Mankiewicz. Take your John Irola, Anna Kasparian. I will be yelling throughout the day. I was eating breakfast with my kids this morning before I went to go vote, and they're both so excited at the idea that a girl could be president. The idea of Donald Trump beating the person who could be the first female president.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't get any worse than that.
That's right.
And as I was waiting in line, there were two older white guys. They're behind me, and in the span of 5 minutes, they badmouth Latinos loudly and very transparently. Badmouth Latinos, Muslims, and Black people. Okay, and I just couldn't take it anymore, and I just turned around and I told them to shut the F up. We wouldn't have experienced that before. Like that kind of open hatred where you feel emboldened enough to talk like that about 3 groups of people in the country that are different from you. And it scares me. I don't want to live in a country like that.
Yeah. There was only 2 guys we'd ever banned in TYT history, and one of them was Donald Trump, way before he ran this time around. And he broke us on that, to be fair.
Look, this election's over, okay? Trump cannot win. He can't win for a number of reasons. Putting aside his xenophobia, racism, sexism, and all that it's Latino and other groups who vote in large numbers. He's incompetent. I mean, in terms of the popular vote, would be always be kind of close, but the electoral vote won't be close at all. I think he's going to win by, I think Hillary will have 320 electoral votes when it's all said and done, plus or minus 5. So I never bought into your fear, Mom.
Ida Rodriguez joins us. Yes.
You gotta go Latina. You have to today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it turns out you guys might be called
I'm an anchor baby. I want you to tell me specifically why you don't like Hillary, and the reality of it is that you don't like her because she has a vagina.
But, okay, now I'm going to keep it super real. She chose to march. Oh, okay. So.
Donald Trump recently blasted the Federal Reserve for affecting the economy to influence the presidential election in favor of Hillary Clinton. Now, I'll take it one step further. The Federal Reserve has been affecting everyone since the monstrosity was birthed in 1913 at Jekyll Island, Georgia. And of course, as you all think, got even worse when the US dollar was taken off entirely from the gold standard back in 1971. But there is a way to reverse it. I want you to meet Walter Reddy. He is an artisan. He's an artist. He's an inventor and a founding partner of puregrainsofgold.com and Pure Gold Pages. He's also a featured sponsor here at Next News this month. He's here to present to you his new plan to restore economic independence to the United States. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Gary. It's great being with you again.
Absolutely. Now, Walter, is America economically independent today? What are your thoughts on Trump's statements on the Fed?
Well, it is a rigged system. I mean, the monopoly on our money, the Federal Reserve. But obviously, we're not independent. We're all dependent on the international banking cartels' monopoly of the money in everyday transactions that we do. Mm-hmm. So we're all dependent on it. We have no choice. It's a monopoly.
Well, we certainly see the credit cards. We see, you know, the banking system. You can't survive outside of it. But now we're seeing the rise of digital currencies, and now you've got a new concept in place that is remarkable. You know, one thing, Walter, that I've always advocated for, and you know, is that, look, when we take a look at our dollar bills, it says it's a note on it. And when Nixon took us off the gold standard officially, what happened? We've got to get to a system where we can transact individually with each other. Now, before we get into your solution, your economic solution, is our economy in a stable position right now? Do we live in an honest economy?
I would say absolutely not. I mean, I think any economist, if they were honest, would say no. We are in a global economy, and we're all affected. Something happens in China, we're affected here. So it's all tied together. And it's a global monopoly. If we ever want to be independent again, we need to break those chains, I believe. Get back to honest, stable money, which is gold and silver, I believe.
Gold and silver. Now, should we be waiting for government to fix the problem, or should we be the ones fixing the problem ourselves?
Well, you know, if we look at the Constitution, I mean, we delegated certain powers to Congress to coin money, to regulate the value. And in Article 2, Section 2, the state shall make it nothing but gold and silver a tender for debt. I mean, right? So they do have a role, but the free market, if we really want to have a free market, we need to, I believe, need a dual transition slowly out of this Federal Reserve system into a stable, honest money system.
So basically like a parallel monetary system that will ride along with the fiat paper.
Yes, because, you know, I mean, Gary, you and I were around when Ron Paul, you know, audit the Fed, the whole thing, which is fine. And like you said, I mean, Trump is also open to that. But I don't believe we can just end it overnight. I mean, it would cause complete chaos. I mean, we have to gradually wean our way out of it into something stable. And what I'm proposing here is a plan to do exactly that.
So let's talk about that in a minute. But first,